I had to double and triple check to make sure things are working just fine. Good morning, good afternoon, good evening. My throat is... Apologies, I just ate. I literally just finished eating. I had a burger. And I'm sitting here on the escape menu like, what are you going to do on the escape menu? I don't know. I don't think I was actually planning to do anything. But, welcome back. We're back on Limbus Company. Hi Zoe, I see you've come to pay me a visit. Can I help you? Nope, she just, as soon as I start talking, she wants me to hold her. Hi Zoe, you're so soft. She was sitting on my chair waiting for me to get home while I was bringing home food for everybody else. How's everyone doing? My voice is still dying over here. Sorry that we did not stream yesterday, by the way. There's no excuse except for I was tired as fuck. And I was also having to deal with, like, really bad allergies. So there's that. We also didn't stream this last week either, I think. Yeah, no, we didn't stream this last week either. I remember as I was making the room for the listing for this room that I actually didn't stream because I was supposed to have plans, but then those plans got canceled. And then when I did get home on that Friday where those plans were not they were canceled, I was like, you know what? I'm just gonna go to bed. And I think I just went straight to bed on that day. I don't remember completely. But I heard we got some new banners that have recently come out. I did one pull on each of them. Because, you know, free pool. Come here, Zoe. Alright, so, I have not even, like... I haven't taken a look at these things at all. So seeing Gregor, with Lamp, a little surprising. And since when did Lamp have a gun? I don't recall Lamp having a gun. Zoe, stop biting that. That's not for you. Huge spoilers on these guys, as expected. Of course there is. I'm assuming every season ID seems to be nothing but a spoiler. What the hell is that? Zoe, I can't see when you're standing in front of me. It looks like a chef, but I also can't fucking tell. What is that? Sleeping bag. Oh, okay. Zoe, you will stop. She will not stop. Pneumothorax Boss. And now my cat made me all hot, man. It's all hot now because of my cat. Maybe I should open my window or something. Seriously, what is it with this weather? I'm already sitting in shorts. I'm sitting in a t-shirt. And it just feels hot. Alright, so I have that Faust. I don't have that Faust. Time Duck? Time Duck. It's a fucking... what now? That's cute. The hell? The hell? Wait, what? Oh, there are two different things on this. It's a Sinclair and a Gregor. House of Spiders, the Pinky the Pinky? And Lobotomy Ego. Which looks really cool. All the eyeballs move. It's so cool. Irregardless, I kind of want to pull for these like right now, but I figured we should give it a little bit of wait time before we do that. Is there... I kind of wondering about that. Do I want either of these? Maybe the Wah Ego? Perhaps, maybe, mayhaps. I don't have a Wah Ego for Faust. Is that the only one that she has? That is the only one that she has. Huh. Well, I guess there's a goal. Rabbit or duck? I tell it it's a duck. I think. Come to think of it, I don't remember. So what have I been doing in the past week and a half that I haven't been playing this? I've been playing it, just not as far as I wish I could. I have been getting my ass kicked in the Mirror Dungeon. In the Mirror of Dungeon. Yeah, no. How the fuck do y'all clear room? How do you clear floor 11 and higher? I did it once, and I only did it because I ignored clashing. That's all I could do. Gifts? Yeah, I look it through my gifts all the time, but I'm just like, there's a whole lot of here that I don't own, and I don't know if any of these would actually help. It doesn't even tell me what tier they are. Most of them are Tremor gifts. A majority of them are like keywordless gifts, but I don't know where the hell to get these. I feel like I've never seen these pop up before. Red shoes? With the right gifts, you can do anything. To be honest with you, I think the gifts that I like the most so far have been the one that actually levels up my identities, and whatever the hell the thing that makes it so I always have 45 SP. Like, every time. And I remember the name of it now. And I haven't seen it again. So I don't even know what it was called. Summer Fusion, Summer Theme Pack exclusive. I'll tell you right now, the Theme Pack exclusive ones are definitely from the Warp Train. I don't have those. The fuck is that? It looks like something Yi Song make. And the other annoying thing too is that eventually the fusion thing stops giving me like the gift that I want from a specific like status effect that I want to just saying, oh, we're just gonna give you something random now. It's like, what? Why? What did I do there? Why random now all of a sudden? I don't know how to explain it aside from I don't know anything. So, yeah. I haven't done anything with this. I haven't bothered after that, you know. I'm assuming you only get these rewards only ever once. Nothing really to do there. That means you have all the currently craftable gifts of that tier. So there's a finite list of craftable? So the fusion system throws its hands in the air and gives up. Wow. That's... wow. Fair enough then, I guess. So, we got through a fucking nothing for the LCB. The checkup. That's what it was. Intervallo 5 checkup stuff. The last thing I remember was Heathcliff became the assistant. And it's gonna go to his head. I think. It's definitely gonna go to his head. There's no way it won't. Hold on a second, my throat is like... See, having just ate, I'm all out of whack. I'm just gonna have a cough drop right now. Save myself the trouble. Can I help you, Joey? You just want my cough drop wrapper. Alright, the assistant. 7.5-5. Let's go. What do we got? For the story, I mean. Oh, another... Whoa. I like his coat. I'm a little envious. But yeah, I was gonna say was, even though none of this is voice acted, I feel like I can still hear the voices of all the sinners, with the exception of the new characters that I've seen. I don't know why, but I like it. Heathcliff seemed eager to, as Hohenheim had suggested, express his free spirit to the best of his capabilities. Right, you there, get in line, single file lads, make this easy for all of us. But aren't you also participating in the test with the rest of us, Heathcliff? Yeah, but I'm the assistant. How did I tell you it was gonna go to his head? What the fuck? Since when do you wear glasses? Glasses are basic apparatuses of all research. Look, slightly pushing up on the glasses helps to put on the air of a studious, learned individual, like so. Just how... or farming quartet. It works. I love Alyssa here. I love Hohenheim. I forgot this guy's name, which I'm assuming is Martin. And Heathcliff. I don't know, man. I can't see Heathcliff as the smart, studious type. Just like how slightly pushing up the frames of my glasses while wondering what to have for lunch makes it seem as though I am contemplating on the more profound aspects of life. Yosha looks impressed, as expected. Yeah, impressed. Even her cigarette's pissed. Oi, let's not make this any harder than it's gotta be, lass. Snuff out that cig in your mouth. Been a while since I heard a pig squeal. Blimey, can't you just do as I say for once? Huh, he's actually pretty effective. It seems that we are now ready to conduct the tests. Finally! The primary purpose of this test is to see on a physical level how your current abilities scale compared to yourselves before your hiring. Do they actually have that information? I see, so they're trying to see how much they progressed since before they joined the company? I had a feeling this would happen, but the mere mention of the words progression caused a rather loud ruckus among the sinners. If I were to speak for myself, executive manager, I can confidently say that the thought of progressing as a person and in all aspects of life is ingrained into my very being. Thus, as a fruit of those efforts, I have grown to be much more precise and scathing in my critique of others' mistakes. Is that progress, though? Kind of like walking backwards. Perhaps I have learned to let certain thoughts rest in favor of others. I once allowed myself to be trapped in overlong ruminations on worries of all manners, idly abiding as I was consumed by my very thoughts. Now I have come to accept certain things as they are. Oh. And I've come to, sometimes, allow my mind to form bereft of rigorous reason. Floating away gently as though on a rolling stream is not quite pleasant. Okay, I guess that is progression of sorts, but it's not the progression they're looking for. I'm pretty sure I'm less of a picky eater than I used to be. Oh my god. My grip strength is much stronger, too. Ooh. Look, I think I'm getting calluses on my palms. Well, you don't really have to try to prove it to us. Because the enemies we're fighting have been getting stronger, too. That's an undeniable truth. We did experience a pretty spectacular year, you know. A brutal year, yet so potent with significance. True. I guess growth really does come with time, huh? Right? I feel like the bonds between us got a lot deeper. We've all grown closer, you know, like glue. Like glue, huh? I like it. Certain misunderstandings seem to be brewing in tandem with this uplifting exchange of heart to hearts. Allow me to step in and nip it in the bud. Let me give it to you straight. All of your abilities were diminished the moment you were hired by this company, equally defanged and depowered, if you will. Equally defanged? In other words, all of your abilities have been brought down to the, to the same general level as our 11th sinner here. Why am I your point of reference? Why is he the point of reference? If this is what you meant earlier by growing closer like glue, then I suppose it was quite the apt choice of words. Oi, take that back! I take it back! Nerfed down to Sinclair. How in the fuck did they have that even happen? Not, so you're not really that much stronger than I am, huh? Oh my god. Sinclair, I could feel that smug. Wow, Sync. Is the sound of your sense of self-preservation shattering into the ether? That's it, you bloody Excuse me, I need to know why that happened. Did we all get depowered because of the golden bow? Wait, does this have anything to do with those changes that appeared when we first entered into a contract with Dante? Indeed. One of the powers of a golden bow is connection. You are now all fairly, evenly, and equally mediocre. Oh my god. Oh my god. Hohentine's comment and the subsequent stare seemed a bit targeted. Mid-bus company. Dude, what happened? I really honestly believed that they were all like... I mean, this just throws every fucking theory I had out the window. Now everything hinges on Sinclair specifically getting stronger. This is fucked. What? Think of it as something akin to clip-if deterrence employed by the Lobotomy Corporation. Excuse me? So the truth is finally revealed. This was why I, Altus, grew so pathetically weak the moment I joined this company. Out there implying that thou hast always known. Wait, that means... what the fuck, Don? Your second kindred is Sinclair level? Of course! Had I been in my prime, I could have wiped the floor of you miserable doormats in a matter of seconds. You wipe floors with doormats? Man, we're all so prone to saying whatever once the burden of proof is gone, huh? So that's why my murderous arm's been quiet ever since they hired me. Didn't really have anything to do with my heart after all. Gregor. Oi! What's the use of all this chatter? What matters is that we've all been brought down to the level of the lad. But I got calluses on my palms. Don't forget, Rocinante is also suppressing Don Quixote. Speaking of which, did you read all the Season 5 identity stories? Oh, no I didn't. I did not. All the ones that I have skipped, I have not read any of them. Yet, not all of the Golden Bow's effects must have been of detriment to us. Yi-Song started, carefully attempting to navigate through a conversation that appeared to be turning into a tinderbox. Was it not the advantages granted to us by the Golden Bow, impaled in the pallid whale of the Great Lake by which we triumphed? What? Really? Correct. Had the pallid whale been in its full strength, it is highly likely that we may still have been trapped inside its stomach, struggling to survive. Also, it can also be said that the diminishing effect was not applied in equal measure across all affected subjects. That makes sense, I guess. I never could have knocked Heath out with one punch if I was only as strong as Sink. It's a real handy trick, you know? We can do them in order. That sounds like a plan to me. Additionally, certain individual quirks cannot be suppressed by the Golden Bow. Certain quirks that one may consider to be an individual's idiosyncrasies? I can't fucking pronounce that word. I know I could pronounce that word, but I cannot for the life of me pronounce that. Idiosyncrasies. Idiosyncrasies. Like synchronize. Oh, so that explains Ryoshi's impressive blade work with Mr. Bubble back at the T-Corp factory. Heh, won't waste my breath boasting. You never do anyway. Can't Brit Heathcliff. Bop bop. Well, if your strength have indeed progressed since the onboarding, then the average must have risen as well. One of the purposes of these tests is to measure that very difference. So what exactly goes into these tests? I know there's a district that uses a machine that can analyze most aspects of the subject with the quick scan. So is it going to be something like that? There are dozens, if not hundreds, of ways to determine one's capabilities without the assistance of machinery. In fact, I know of a perfectly appropriate methodology for this group. A perfectly appropriate methodology? We spent some time of our busy schedules to tailor each test for each center of the LCB. That was pretty tough, I'll have you guys know. Tailor test for each center, huh? I don't really like the sound of that if you ask me. We will utilize the Pecatula and the distortion phenomenon. I don't like the sound of that. Huh? That doesn't sound like much of a super innovative method you were building up to. What a letdown. Right? Honestly, for all their talk, I thought they'd come up with something more impressive than that. Assistant. Alright, that's enough chatter. Now get in there. What are you making us fight? Hey, regardless, I want to take a look at the stories. That's not where it is. Theater. Identity archive. Oh, God. Season 5 is everything that was related to Blood Fiends, right? Yeah, okay. The Prince of La Mancha Land. Let's go. You had to skip every single one of those stories. Sometimes I dream. Firefist Gregor going mad, though. I dream of the burning confessional. God damn! Of the kindred's dismembered bodies and the crumbling arrives of the amusement park. Die, filthy, disgusting beasts! Look, I brought water! You need water to put out the fire burning your home to the ground, don't you? Too bad you're too scared to go anywhere near your own salvation, huh? My God, this is fucked up. Raiders yell at the top of their lungs as they trample our land. We wanted to live too. Do you have even an inkling of the suffering we'd endured a day after a day while your kindness blissfully frolicked across La Mancha land? My family protests, their voices trembling with fear. Some beg for their lives, too. Today is the first day I can finally reduce this damn place to a pile of ashes. Big sis, rest easy now. I'll get you that proper office building you'd always dreamed of. But my family never survived this dream. Just as they failed to in the waking world. 131 rounds of expeditions. 79 attempts at arson. 21 attempts at hosing us down. 3 volleys of trebuchet strikes, Jesus. 17 total counts of sniper shots and assassination attempts. And 10 all-out battles. Jesus Christ, have we been keeping track? God damn. 671 kindreds killed, 3,449 blood bags burned. Visions of this dream are as precise as the clarity of my memory. I recall them with the same vividness of that day, recalling the varied ways in which they were killed and the accompanying cries that became their last words. Prince Mersault's story came out the last, but it's chronologically one of the first. It's fucked up. Wait, okay, wait. Who is the prince supposed to be? Is the prince supposed to be Don Quixote Sr.? And I do nothing but witness this all from the parade's vanguard. For the first time, the parade comes to a stop, and my vantage point presents me with the vision of a massacre inflamed by mania. Which is reminiscent of the crowd of humans who once cheered happily at our parade. Cassidy's the prince? Oh. So, standing like a stone, I observed them. Mersault, listen to me, Maman. The dream is nearing its end. At this moment, with mere minutes separating this dream and the waking world, Maman always grabs me by my shoulders and calls my name. 4th kindred. But I do not answer her. Because there is no Mersault in the procession. As that is the rule is written, I follow it. In moments like this, I begin to wonder how I understand so little of my own child. Oh, noble prince. Have you aught to say, princess? We now stand upon the last vestiges of our kingdom. Those who are green with envy have looted and plundered our land bare. You are the first prince. Its fate now lies solely in your hands. Thus, are you suggesting that I flee, princess? What other recourse have I to suggest? A royal prince must rightly stand his guard no matter what it is to come. You shall fight to the bitter end. I see. If that is your rule, then I suppose no words, regardless of its speaker, would sway you from here. Allow me to rephrase that, noble prince. You are aware of the rule that this march must never stop, correct? Indeed, for this is the endlessly, eternally blessed carnival. My prince, you are the vanguard of the procession. Should you stop, you will reap it of its eternity. Thus, I implore you to march on, dear prince. March over the ruins of this kingdom and go forward. Found a new kingdom, reborn and rewritten by your hands. You mean, become king, my prince. If that is your will, princess, the fairest and the wisest the kingdom, then. That was the new rule bestowed upon me. And the request behind a rule as reasonable, I carried out, no more no less. Live. I turn away from the lingering whispers of Maman's last words. I feel the pressure of the blood fiend hierarchy, the very essence of which has infused my blood, intensify a degree higher. Oh, 3rd kindred. Now. Then I wake. Cassidy dipped out because he was sick of starving, but Mersault stayed to see the carnage and to continue the procession. Oh wow, there really is a substantial difference in the story between what Cassidy and the prince did, huh? Report! We have marched to the halfway point of this economy class section as per your majesty's command. The procession's end is near, and so is the time for your majesty to join it at its rear. If Mammon had commanded me, I fled La Mancha land to build my own kingdom. How many new blood bags have we gained? A total of 6 today and not one more. I've relayed that no more than that is to be made as per your majesty's decree. And as the time for you to create a new kindred is nigh, I have set aside a few prospective passengers who may receive that honor. Well done. I commend your efforts. Anything for the kingdom and the family's prosperity. It was rather convenient how the rules perfectly dovetailed with instinct. The moment Mammon ceased to exist, my very instincts alerted me to my ascension in the hierarchy. And with it, a sudden pressure sliced through me. The inescapable responsibility to propagate the family, as I had no children of my own. Indeed, I required a place where propagation of the family was guaranteed, a further place that could hide our growth from foreign forces, making it a most reasonable decision to hide myself within the warp train to escape P-Corp. No other place has so perfectly met the needs of my purpose, and none shall ever again. Please don't kill me! The squire leads me to a room with a passenger who is terrified out of his mind. Terrified as he may be, and despite the considerable amount of time this train must have spent in stasis, there's a spark of life within them, desperately clawing to prolong its existence, and that makes him a prime candidate to join my family. You need not be afraid, for I too was once human. However, considering the city's standards of what constitutes a human and what does not, I still belong in the formal category. Therefore, upon adjusting the distinction to before blood-fiend characteristics become apparent and after. But to me, the human existence and the princely existence were indistinguishable from one another. Thus, the same shall be true to thee. Wait, what does that even mean? That doesn't make any sense! I did not wait for him to finish his reply and sink my teeth into his jugular. Warm blood spreads to every corner of my body. Some may say that subjects of the king deserve to be heard, but that would be inefficient. I was given but 2 rules. 1, the march must never end. 2, I must raise my kingdom. And no more. Damn. How you doing, Not Ricardo? Damn. Damn, I was not expecting that one. So wait, I have a question now about this one. Does that mean that if a second kindred dies and they have a third kindred, that third kindred levels up to a second kindred? Is that how that works? Because he was 4th kindred at one point, and then he leveled up to 3rd kindred. Because of Mammon passing away, I'm assuming. Next up, Camille, Zway West Sinclair, or Firefist Gregor. Mersault got promoted. God damn. Crazy. Oop. Get my water bottle. Next up, Camille, Zway West Sinclair. Zway West. I don't think I have that one. Unless we mean this one? No, I never actually unlocked this one. That's the one we're talking about, right? Zway Association West Section 3? Let me grab his.
걱정하지 마세요. 의뢰 대상인 당신만큼은 반드시 지켜줄 테니까요.
Forty lunacy, hell yeah, hell yeah. I heard this Zway's Western branch is quite skilled at rescue operations, thanks to their experience rescuing people from X-Corp excavation sites. My god, my voice is not doing so hot today, is it? Drink some water just to see if it might help a little bit. The voice is at once expectant and dependent. The child is walking through the streets alongside the client as he details the contract. I understand that this is your first time up here in the north, but it's a rescue operation all the same. I have faith in you. I'll try my best, as far as my abilities will allow. Some may find this reply casual, but the child's expression remains conflicted. His eyes are nervously scanning the various flyers posted all over the street. I see that there are a lot of flyers around here. Yeah, thanks to those syndicates that have started popping up these days. I heard that you came up here for that precise reason, Sir Knight. For a contract, yeah, but I'm also seeing flyers for missing people among bounties for eradicating syndicates. Many of those upstart syndicates are small-scale operations trying to cash in on the chaos by kidnapping people for ransom. And one of them managed to grab my son. Please save my son. I promise to reward you handsomely should you succeed. Just as the child was about to nod affirmatively, one of the fixers who was listening to the client suddenly blurted out a complaint. Are you sure we can trust him, President? This one's clearly inexperienced. A fixer from the south, he says. We came all the way up here from the south only to work with this rookie? And look at that ridiculous outfit he's wearing. What will be more than enough to rescue your son? Well, this is just how we dress in the West. It is unclear whether that comment was born out of spite or arrogance. The child found the fixer's antagonistic attitude confusing, but he did not walk away from the contract. I'll visit my association and submit the documents needed for the contract. Ha! Instead, he put his foot down and left to seal the deal. Ha! Sounds of metal clashing against metal and the air-shredding sound of projectiles echo in the warehouse. The child had built a formation with other fixers to hold back the syndicate to kidnap the missing people. There's our target. The child managed to locate and rescue The child managed to locate the rescue target, but the situation was not in his favor. The syndicate was fighting tooth and nail against the fixers. Running off on his own to rescue the target would leave the other fixers in jeopardy. That is why the child cannot bring himself to break formation. As the battle continues in its stalemate... No! How unlucky. Arrows that had been intended for the fixers were flying straight toward the child's rescue target. The child no longer had any reason to hesitate. Wait! You can't leave the Vanguard? I'm sorry. But today I promised my client that I would protect this child. And given the circumstances, I don't think I could protect you too. Child bit his lips with determination and broke formation, leaping between his rescue target and the onslaught of attacks. Other fixers tried to fill the child's place, but the child was the one taking most of the fire in the Vanguard. His absence left a large hole in the formation. Damn! Crap! Hold the line! The entire Vanguard crumbles without that one guy? Without the child, it wasn't long before the line completely fell apart. Jesus Christ, Sinclair was carrying that shit. One by one, the syndicate slaughtered the fixers. Help me! Even as other civilians who were kidnapped called out for help, the child did not budge an inch from his position. Over there! People are... I can't protect everyone. I don't have the strength or the wisdom to do it. Some called this way greedy. Selfish shields who only protect those who pay them. Still, the child had already accepted that dishonorable title. But I made a promise, so I will bring you home safely. No matter what. Because that dishonorable title at least implied with that those shields would defend their clients with their lives, the child hauled his protection target from the ground and hurriedly escaped the warehouse, leaving the desperate screams of terror behind. Because he had to protect those that he could, those that he had promised to protect. Damn. I don't remember much about this Way Association from, library. I just remember the clashing thing giving you HP back. That's fucked. Gregor, it's time to fire fist away, baby. This has gotta be good. Don Quixote's idea of an operation is to rescue the survivors was never going to happen. It's only because that guy was this Way Association fixer. Rah. With the Sync Association. Hi, Zoe. They're all from the Fire Fist office. I recognize their outfits. They're from our office. Big sis. Man, I knew you'd be fine even in all that mess, big sis. How come you never gave me a call? La Manchalan. Let's... Hey, wake up! In what world is that your office's outfit? What? What are you talking about? Look at her! Look, her outfit, it's ours! She's from our Fire Fist office. All dream free here. We hope. What's gotten into you, man? Get away from that blood bag. You're gonna get yourself killed. Let go! There! There she is! My big sis, she's right there! You stay away from here! You're good? You zoned out there first. You zoned out for a sec there. I'm good. Just felt faint for a moment. Anyways, so they're not open today either, huh? I've been waiting for so long for them to open, yet it still remains closed. Nope, they've locked themselves up completely with the non-stop raining and all that. Yeah, the reason was simple. It's the constant rain. But I don't have anywhere to go back to, even if that were the case. There's the Fire Fist office, but all that waiting for me there is a tiny room with barely any space for furniture, let alone people, and piles of late rent notices. I'd like to go in there. Okay, just stay away from the command tent. Going in to recover your friend's things? No, but... Actually, yeah, I better do that. The empty lot was vast, but it wasn't hard to see where the entrance was. Unlike blood, oil that leaked out of a ruptured fuel tank doesn't get washed away so easily in the rain. I followed the glistening, oily rainbow to find a broken fuel tank and an abandoned gas mask. A fortnight ago. Big Sis gathered everyone in the office and opened the window wide in front of them. Alright boys, listen up. Look out the window. Through the window we saw the skyscrapers of P-Corp shining in their pale hazy lights. We take care of this contract, we'll nab the contribution fee, and we'll literally and figuratively move up in the world to a high-rise office like the ones over there. Once we get paid, the first order of business will be to move, and we'll change our gears to something with better fuel efficiency. Big Sis, sorry to say, but this all sounds like you're just chasing some pipe dream. A third-rate office like ours won't even be able to lay a finger on that contribution fee. We'd be lucky if we don't end up becoming meat shields for others, you know? Damn it, it's not that kind of contract. We won't even have to kill a single blood fiend or whatever they're called. Right, they told us that all we have to do is survive and collect enough intel to make a 15-minute testimony. That's a pretty damn long time, though. If you remember, this moot got slimed by the random blood fiend in our world instead of being saved by another fixer. I do remember that, actually, yeah. And it was the exact same story. It was about his sister. Because he actually got killed pretty damn quick. I don't know, fellas. Something feels off, real off about this whole deal. Listen, this open contract's been posted by none other than a wing. Plenty of fancy association fixers will be there too, so it's legit. All we gotta do is not die, am I right? It's so easy in the city. Oh, another thing. Why don't we go pick up some of those missing persons flyers from the station? Just think about how much we could make by saving just one of them, huh? Everything about this was questionable. The La Mancha land's an urban nightmare, so why'd they even approve some third-rate office like ours to take part? I saw that some prestigious offices in P-Corp territory were participating in the eradication efforts too, so how come they still need more people? But when I saw how her eyes twinkled with hope, I could not bring myself to voice those suspicions. We're not staying in this hole forever. We gotta move up in the world. Move from taking things low. Oh my god, move up from taking these low-rate contracts, right? I also wanted to get out of this hole. I don't want to rain on their parade on the hope that was spreading like wildfire among us. Everyone wanted to move on from the life of living like insects in this half-assed basement office, away from the cold, clammy walls, away from the rooms that never saw even a ray of sunlight. So, with the smallest speck of optimism found at the bottom of the barrel, we took on the contract as a weak-willed escape from our present lots in life. Among us. Among Us. I told you already, they don't open on rainy days. You already collected your friend's things earlier, so... Day after day, I found myself returning to the empty lot. I had no way of knowing whether it was a habit, guilt, or obsession that guided my feet here. I know. I gotta go back, I just don't know where to. I could still hear the reverberations of the song through the heavy rain, through the downpour that swallowed up even the city's clamor. La Mancha Land devoured everything. Our dreams, our hope for the future. I had nowhere else to return to but here. Why? Why do you have to go this far? I shared everything I know the last time. So what are you doing back in here? Where else would I go? Back to that cold, clammy room, shoved halfway into the dirt, where there's no one left to greet me? I used every little bit of my own savings, as worthless as it all were. First, I used it to purchase as much fuel as I could, more than enough to last a month. Then, with the remaining funds, I bought every scrap of information I could find and afford about La Mancha Land. Let's see. It was the 6th expedition, I think. That's when a blood fiend hunter explained to me just how important blood is to your kind. Then it might as well be all that you live for. And man, what a relief it was to know that your kind actually cares about something so deeply, especially when it's something I could burn right before your eyes. No! Stop! Leave! Leave some blood, please! Just a drop! The flame burned everything. The structures, the bodies, and that damned outfit they forced onto her. And the blood they'd so desired too. It melts, it congeals, and in the end, nothing remains. Every time I give them the show, the blood fiends all react with a predictable manner. Denial comes first, then they get angry, only to be reduced to a sobbing, begging mess at the end. I let out a hollow laughter. It reminded me of myself the day I saw her get turned into a blood bag. Please, I'll do anything. I think I can think of more. Area 2. I can tell you how to get through Area 2. That's actually pretty intriguing. Why don't you lead with that? I flick off the ignition switch and listen as the blood fiend begins to explain. It told me what I'll find in Area 2, where the blood fiends are hiding, what their overseer is like. Last time, I left as soon as I got the necessary intel because I was cutting it close to the park closing hours. Perhaps that's why there was a slight look of hope and anticipation in the blood fiend's eyes after sharing that deluge of information. That I won't go any further than this. I'm sure that intel will fetch me a fair price. I don't think they've ever mentioned those details in the briefing. Please! I hosed the blood fiend down with a burst of flame as it tried to stumble to its feet. It writhes on the floor, screaming, staring up at me in a terrified confusion. See, here's something I learned about revenge. I'm not doing it to get better. I just want you to hurt like hell. The flames died down only after it scattered its agonized screeching to the wind. The closing hours must be getting close. One by one, the other fixers turn around to leave La Mancha Land. I quietly follow them outside. I've burned so much, but there's plenty of kindling left in this amusement park. It'll take more than one visit to reduce them all to ashes. I'll keep coming back for more. If not today, tomorrow. If not tomorrow, the very next day. I'll pack more fuel next time. That wretched dressing room. That phony confessional. That ridiculous procession. I'm gonna burn it all down. I have to. Damn, dude. The fuck? I mean, he did lose his sister to the blood fiends, so it makes sense that he's extremely fucking pissed, at least in that universe, right? Alright, which is next? There are 3 more, and then I'm assuming Don Quixote's is the penultimate one? Camille Mersault. Bang Hunt Camille Mersault? Oh, this one. The Sync Association one. Then we start with the Manchaland Blood Fiend. The streamer. Oh god. Wait. Didn't I read this one? I swear to god I felt like I read this one. Maybe I didn't. I don't know, for some reason I feel like I remember seeing this one. Yeah, I've read this one. This one I've read. Well, I don't have that story either. Who the hell is this? Is this the dude who betrayed us? Barber, Priest, Princess, Sancho. Well, let's see this one at least. Because this looks like the guy who betrayed us.
먹잇감이라고 생각했던 존재에게 사냥당하는 기분은 어떠신가요?
That's Romero, the guy who was so full of racism that he attacked Sanson as a blood bag. I don't remember this. Hello, anyone home? I heard on good authority this was your hideout. Son, I wonder why you're ignoring me. The child strode confidently through the dilapidated, run-down hallway of an old building. He comes to a sudden stop in front of a small door at the metallic stench of blood. The child raises his hand, soft and clean, unlike his outfit and the brutish manner in which he carried himself. He gently places it on the door handle. Excuse me, may I enter? His voice is bright and upbeat, but between every knock, his voice drips with murderous intent, so intense that it couldn't be masked. Perhaps whoever was in hiding could sense it too. A barely noticeable sound of breathing seeped past the doorframe. Barely noticeable, but that hint of profound terror, carried by that slightest exhale, brought a grin to the child's lips. He simply could not help it. Aha! Are we playing hide and seek? Pretending to be unavailable? Haha! I can hear you breathing, you know. If you won't open up, then... Still, there was no reply, but this silence seemed to have only emboldened the child. He slowly and casually lifted his legs, then... Fuck, man. Kicked the door down, and he's so happy about it too. This is a psychopath. You leave me no choice but to let myself in. Ah! The door splinters open, and the blood fiend, who had been hiding and listening from behind the door, gets flung across the room. The child smiles cheerfully at the blood fiend on the ground. Aw, why didn't you just open up when I asked you nicely? Gave me no option, you know. It's not like we'll turn a blind eye and walk away just because you're holed up in here like a dirty rat. How did you find this place? I'm impressed by the bond between you and your family. They knew the addresses of every single one of their relatives, including yours. The child lightly tapped the photograph framed on a wall with his hammer and took a slow look around the room. There was a whole mound of letters on the table, while framed group shots with other blood fiends were placed about the room. The blood fiend realized that something must have happened to his family. Something awful. If they were forced to spill even his location, then... Wait, there's been a misunderstanding. Can we talk first, without waving that hammer in my face? Misunderstanding? Yeah, misunderstanding. I've never heard a human before. I've always kept to myself, drinking blood only from humans who are already dead. The blood fiend wasn't lying. Blood fiends hiding out in this area were yet to hurt a human. They've been stalking the back streets, subsisting on stale blood from corpses. An inexperienced fixer on their first blood fiend hunt might hesitate upon hearing this, but it didn't matter to this child who's been in the business for a while. Yep, I remember. That's exactly what your family told me. My children would never spill the beans on me unless you... What have you done to my family? They had the audacity to bite a human. How uncivilized? So I employed a little ice-breaking trick grandfather taught me. And it worked! It really was a chatterbox. Started sharing all kinds of fun stories with me. Broke the ice. You just tortured my family! Oh, don't be over dramatic. I don't think it was that bad. At least not enough to be called torture. Why are you doing this to us? We've never even made a blood bag, not one! We just wanted to live. We just wanted to live a life like anyone else. Why are you doing this? What? Oh, that's... The child started, then stopped himself with a scoff. Maybe he thought whatever he said wouldn't matter. So the child's answer to the blood fiend cries was far more logical, almost flippant. Because you're a blood fiend. What other reason do I need? What the hell? Oops, we've wasted enough time. Shall we begin? I hope to hear many, many stories from you tonight, too. Stories about your family. Child produced a silver bottle and swished it in front of the blood fiend. Then... Go away! Get that thing away from me! What's so scary about this little vial of water? A drop of water falls through a small crack in the vial. As soon as the drop lands on his skin, the blood fiend begins to convulse, an inhuman scream escaping his mouth. The child continued to swish the vial in front of the blood fiend until he grew so exhausted that he couldn't even scream anymore. Then the child picked up the hammer. That sure was scary, huh? Don't worry, I'll help you forget this horror soon enough. Jesus, dude. As the blood fiend shuddered helplessly from the sheer horror engraved in his instincts, the child suddenly raised the hammer and brought it down upon his leg. Gah! You're taking a lot better if we're losing your leg, man. Wow, you can regenerate from a crushed leg? Your kind sure are persistent. He continued to pummel the blood fiend's leg with the hammer until they were nothing more than shards of bone amidst a sledge of meat, so that he may never pursue a human again, so that he may never flee from the hunters such as himself again. Then the child crushed his arm so that he may never grab a human. How? And then he held the blood fiend's jaw open and pulled his teeth out one by one so that he may never bite a human. Much blood have you drunk to keep regenerating like this? What followed was a brutal, one-sided beatdown. You're holding out for longer than I expected, but struggling won't change anything. Why are you so cruel? I never attacked a human. I live just like humans do, a normal life. The child shook his head in exasperation, watching the blood fiend trying to speak through his mangled gums and lips. What? Wait, you're serious? You are a monster, a beast, filled with nothing but yearning for blood. You can act like a human, but your nature doesn't change. Sure, a few corpses might fill you up for now, but sooner or later, you won't be able to stand that yearning. Besides, you have other sins to answer for, don't you? What sins? I just want to live a quiet life with my family. Whoa, would you look at the time? Let's wrap this up, okay? With that, the child raised the hammer over the head and slammed it under the blood fiend's head. Then again, and again, and again, until he could no longer regenerate, until the sun began to rise over the horizon. Only when even the blood fiend's fingers stopped twitching did the child rise from his position with a hollow smile. Family, huh? That's a good one. I'm sure it mentioned the family only because he didn't know who contracted me for this job, but that's really funny. Child unfolded a tiny piece of paper, dipped his finger into the pool of blood that filled the room, and drew a red circle. On the paper was a heartfelt request. A contract on the life of a blood fiend that turned one of their family into a kindred before fleeing. Will your real family no longer be your own after you get turned into a kindred? I suppose that's why he protested his innocence to the end, but the child produced several other pieces of paper, all yet to be circled, and read them. He found one of them that seemed particularly relevant to what the blood fiend said and unfolded it. Blood fiends are, at the end of the day, evil from the moment they are born. It's their nature. The child quietly left the building, red sun rising behind him. He may rest for a short while, but it will be long before he finds true respite. Beneath the surface of the city, blood fiends and their victims still skulked within, and whether he wished it or not, the child had to behold so many more things about blood fiends in his shimmering eyes before he would be able to return. What a fucking psychopath, man. Jesus Christ, what a psychopath. Who the fuck was this character related to again? I don't remember who the hell this was. I feel like I would know, but I definitely don't. Fuck. It's been an hour, by the way. Drink water. We didn't see much of Romero. I can see why, to some extent. Alright, it's barber time. Barber of La Mancha Land. We met him at the command tent at the start, then as the blood bag near at the end of Canto 7. We read this one already. I know we read this one already because I remember reading that one. It was about Rhodia's dress becoming smaller, or I'm sorry, her losing weight or something. That one I remember. Next is Priest, Princess and Sancho. Well, I get the feeling we might have read this one too. I don't know if I read this one. I can't remember. Resorting to whipping yourself again. You certainly are impatient. Huh? Haven't I asked you to knock first? Have you given a thought about the I also recall asking you not to bring up that subject before me again. Yeah, this is not familiar. Still unwilling to participate in the plan? I refuse to consult you on your plan. Isn't it clear to you that Father no longer cares about us? Your plan, it's filial impiety. You mustn't. The child's eyes begin to tremble uncontrollably from the instinctive revulsion and the fear at the thought of it. The unbreakable bond formed from the blood. Most blood fiends cannot defy, let alone break, that bond. But within the child's heart was an even more severe desire growing. And upon noticing it, the child with the scissors did not waste a moment to capitalize on it. No, you must. How many more years do you think our family has? 5 years? 10? Even less. Another year like this and we'll all go insane. You know this better than anyone. Day after day, you sit here and listen to their desperation. We can come up with ideas for better rides, attractions, something to draw more people in here, something to get them to willingly pay more blood packs for. That is irrelevant. She raised her voice, frustrated at the child's getting caught up by a word. Obstinacy? Obstinacy. She slammed her scissors on the marble floor and the confessional echoed with the discomforting noise of metal. Has La Mancha Land ever been short of guests? It's always teeming with guests paying hundreds upon hundreds of blood packs, but it's not enough. It's just not enough for everyone in the family. How is it not enough? This stagnant, unmoving blood will never be enough to sate us all. Never, no matter how much we drink. But it was you who helped Father create humo bars, wasn't it? To address that exact problem? Hemobars, created by combining and compressing the blood of animals with that of humans. A necessary evil, that's all it was, to have enough to feed our family. Hemobars were our only option. There's gotta be a better option. There should have been a better option. Yeah, it was flavorless, but unlike blood packs that quickly lost their freshness, Hemobars were a great invention that could feed the whole family. Sure, it alleviated the hunger and the thirst, for a moment, but did any of us feel even a glimpse of happiness during the entire time we filled ourselves with that? This is nothing more than a slow, slow death. I believe we have only months before the family loses control over their craving for the blood of our guests anyway. If I could give them my blood instead, I would have. Don't you kind of wish they could do that? A meaningless ideation. Ideation? The scissors-wielding child stared uninterestedly at the stream of blood pouring from the child's back. She would not have been able to hold herself back had it been human blood, but the blood of our kindred is lesser than the blood of animals. It's just meaningless, diseased blood that does nothing to fill our desires. Well, now I know the answer to that. Come to your senses, priest. It was always an impossible dream. The only way for us blood fiends to be happy is to drink the blood directly from human flesh. The father of these children is aware of that truth, but the father who sought the dream of coexistence could not permit them to directly covet human blood. There was one incontestable reason he forbade the family their happiness. Anyone who's had their blood drained directly by a blood fiend is bound to eventually turn into a blood bag, no matter how long it takes. And that would mean the end of coexistence, and that is why this became an unforgivable sin in the eyes of the father. Are you not afraid of Father's fury, Altus? I am. Definitely so, which is why we are coming up with a strategy. Besides, it's not like we seek his death, just until our father comes to his senses. How will you even get him to don the helm? Perhaps her words, clarifying that they weren't seeking the father's death, came to this child as an exoneration. And for the first time, the child's interest was piqued. Now, are we ready to have a conversation? Do you recall how our father created Rocinante prior to his departure? I do. He used up a significant amount of his own blood to create Rocinante, and after such a long time on the road, he must still be deeply fatigued, and that will be our opening to place the helm over his head. As for the second step of our plan, I'll let you in on it as soon as you agree to be a part of it. Even after the gaudily dressed child left, this child could not help but shudder from the crushing guilt. He continued to whip himself again and again. For the family. No, for our father in blood. But this profane thought refused to leave his mind, no matter how much he whipped himself. Every strike of the whip, every scar that formed on his skin, only reminded him of the possibilities this thought granted. The child put down the whip and utters an unthinkable sentence. Even if he would smite us down with his great vengeance, if this will get him to see this suffering. The child's heart, which had slowly begun to sway after countless consultations with the family, crumbled completely in the face of the justification this was, after all, for the father. The day of rebellion was here, the child now a part of this plan. Father was to return home after the long days of this adventure. Countless hunters surrounded a new blood-soaked child. He'd been in this situation countless times in the past, but after years spent in La Mancha Land, all of this felt so new to him. Maybe they really have coexisted even... maybe they really could have coexisted even with the hunters, if a day like today did not come to pass. You did not pay La Mancha Land a visit once, ever since the Blood Fiend War was over. I see that you've managed to suppress your hatred of our kind. Why was that, I wonder? Were you merely curious, or was there something else? I guess the answer doesn't matter anymore. There was a doubt in my heart, even as we ran towards this stench of blood, this screaming. I wondered if La Mancha Land had become under siege by a different family that were envious of your success. A foolish thought. I thought that Father would have been overjoyed to hear. I admit, we were foolish to hope. The ranks of Bloodfiend hunters will only grow like wild grass in the fields, and when this day becomes history, they'll all learn a lesson from our folly. That you Bloodfiends are evil by nature. You can never change what you are. Jeez, man, it just comes back to that, doesn't it? Evil by nature. With that, neither the child nor the hunter said a word. They both knew that further communication was meaningless. There's only a singular thought in the child's head as he watches the hunters expire. It's not about his sin, it's not about the upcoming punishment, it's joy. It was the child's only thought, his only emotion as he took in the hunter's blood drenching his body. Whew, jeez. Jesus fuck, okay. So this is the priest who decides to join in on the basically the canon story still. Now what has the princess got behind all this? Because I'm assuming this is the same shared story as the other two. We were happy. At first. Father spent his days twaddling about silly things like dreams, but I suppose he had his own charming mirth. But it was a good life. If the worst thing I had to do was to placidly indulge his stories. My memories of the years I lived as a human have all but disappeared, but at least this life had to be better than whatever that was. Maybe that's why I agreed to become his kindred. Or maybe I was seduced by the promise that my beauty could be made to last for all eternity. I began to understand my father only when I began to create my own kindreds, my children, when they began to grow in number. I understood that Father wanted us to be happy. He wanted to be free, or he wanted to free us from the crippling loneliness, for he was the first to suffer it. Or so I thought. Until some traveler visited our castle and deluded my father with that sickening manipulation, this dream could somehow be realized even in the waking world. Sancho. Father always tried to bring us two closer, as if we were sisters. Perhaps it was fortunate that neither of us was the friendly type. We both liked to put up a wall between us and the rest of the world, so naturally we distanced ourselves from each other as well. I had a degree of faith in her, however, her strength, her abilities, and her more down-to-earth perspective on life that heavily contrasted our father's wild imaginations. Sancho never had children of her own, but she always seemed at least neutral when it came to looking after my kindreds. And it is that odd distance between us that brought this plan to fruition. Though we were both second kindreds, I could let her take care of the family, to look after my children and their kindreds while I devised this plan. Eventually, our father's sanity was completely broken. He destroyed our castle and built a bizarre amusement park in its place, rambling a plan that seemed to have come straight out of a madman's dream that we could coexist with humans. That we must live begging for stagnant blood in packs when veins, pulsating with hotly flowing blood, walk right past us. That we must subsist on that thing, more flavorless than even pastel cake, or pastel paste. That all of his kindreds must live trapped in a fate worse than that of a blood bag, all for the future in which blood fiends and humans may coexist in harmony. His eyes gleam with the conviction that to dream he could endure even the yearning for blood. Yet desire is not something that can be so easily overcome. It has broken my undying loyalty. This hunger coerced me to think of committing the inconceivable crime of filial impiety. No, it may just be that I do not have the strength to pursue the dream as he does. There was a peddler, a merchant of odds and ends, who'd always come to visit us at the amusement park. Our father is tragically naive and innocent. Every time the merchant brought him false relics, he gets swindled into buying every single one of them. But the peddler didn't just carry counterfeits. Sometimes Sancho and I would go behind our father's back to threaten the peddler, and we would be presented with an authentic relic the very next day. So one day, another day of suffering through that hunger, I thought to ask the peddler about this rumored relic. Say, do you know about the legendary Helm of Mambrino that brings the wearer to equal ground with all those around them? Excuse me, that's what that thing does? That little Tomb Raider could not possibly imagine what we were planning to do with the artifact. Of course not. Just as we could never gain an understanding of humans, just as we could never be one with them, no matter how long our lives may be. They won't ever understand us. Gregor, that child, he claimed that wasn't true. That humans were really starting to see us in a new light, but I saw it all from the apex upon which I stood. Humans looking up at me in the parade, their faces brilliant with happy smiles. And blood fiends who shuffled among humans with their eyes lost and wavering with hunger. Doesn't matter anymore. Doesn't matter whether humans saw us in a different light or not. What matters is that I and my children are going hungry. Besides, Sancho agreed with me. We couldn't sit here and watch that human corrupt our father with that silver tongue. Finally, the preparations for the carnival are complete. Now I leave this endlessly whirling yet stagnant, self-devouring parade and announce the beginning of a true feast of blood. Ooh, it's gonna be so beautiful. Man, so I'm starting to wonder if Sancho's story that I'm gonna see here is I don't know. What the hell am I? What am I gonna see with this one? Let's see. What are you thinking, Father? What are you doing? Stab him! What are you thinking now at this precise moment? As the family who once loved you so much impales you, who once loved us in return with these brutal stakes. Ah, so Sancho was a part of it. First kindreds are no joke. Yeah! Stab him now! God! Know that you were the one who wronged us. You abandoned all of us. You abandoned the whole family. What are you thinking, Father? What are these thoughts swirling in your mind as the outpouring of curses and condemnation, stained by both wrath and hatred, strike your ears? Rouse yourself from the dream, O Father. The reply you gave me was silence. Was it your fury against us that had sealed your lips? No, it was not. For you merely cast down your gaze as a staked sinner does out of guilt. Like a felon who has no words left to say in their defense. What happened to us? Where did this all begin? Both are questions with answers in plain sight. That day when a stranger knocked forcefully upon our gates. The day when Father's eyes began to twinkle with interest. The day when, during one family gathering, we collectively agreed that we would help our beloved father achieve his dream as the night's tales of adventure began to pull him in. Every little change brought on by each new day has shaped and molded the bed of this penultimate moment. You built this insurmountable wall of disconnect between yourself and the rest of us. The responsibility is yours and yours alone. You abandoned us. Interesting how it goes from the second art to the first art. I can hear the echoes of Father's jovial laughter all the way from here at the end of this hallway. Next to the Father stood the Knight of the White Moon, having taken my place. I hide behind a pillar, peering at the pair. I recalled the words of my father. I recalled the words you used to impale my heart like a stake. I am no longer in need of your company. Please divert your care of La Mancha Land and the rest of the family. Look after them. What the fuck? Your language was plain. Not a singular pretense, deception, or intentional embellishments veiled those words. Your words, shared casually over the breakfast table one morning, were as gentle and affectionate as your every other word. So I wish to have faith. That Father sent me away because he cared for me. A tale in which blood fiends are no longer bound by their yearning for blood. A tale in which a clement, selfless hero protects all. A tale in which humans and blood fiends coexist. Smiles abound in paradise. A tale in which we must embrace the dream to seek and reclaim our lost tomorrows. He must have sent me away because I clearly did not show an iota of interest in those laughably absurd tales because he valued my time. Yes, it had been a decision. It had to be a decision he made in his love for the family, despite the night's silver tongue infecting his mind. That was the faith I hoped to instill within myself. Yet, as I peered from behind the pillar as they bantered, I could not perish the thought that I was simply making excuses for him. Little chuckles peppered in between light-hearted chatter, both of them swirling happily inside a little world of their own. Do you truly find the tales regaled by the human that riveting? Father was dreaming a new dream, having discarded the old dream that he imbued in us as he saved us from the gutters. I cannot imagine the euphoria brought upon by your newfound dream, Father. But for me, no, for us, our family was nothing more than a culmination of our worst nightmares. How much longer can our sanity endure this exitless nightmare? I see it still past the darkness of my eyelids, a vision of a past I lived not so long ago. Memories of my own family members who had gone mad from long-suppressed instincts. I remember the day when Father deemed their sin unforgivable, the sin of seeking happiness as blood fiends should by bringing harm to humans. In my hand that wielded the lance which was commanded there by Father's orders, lingered a foreign and unfamiliar sensation. My very own thoughts then are alien to me. How did I feel as I buried their still living bodies into the earth? How did I feel as I so mercilessly tore through their skulls? I opened my eyes and looked at my hands, sodden with sweat. I wiped them dry. Then my gaze focuses on the priest area, still lit as so bright at such a late hour. Our father's dream isn't what sustains our family now. It's the priest's desperate words of consolation in the face of an endless pain. The halls still echo with father and the night's laughter. Now, more than ever, I feel an intense hatred for that noise. I felt my own feet moving on their own toward the confessional as though they were possessed. How did the consultations go? Oh man, this is strange. Seeing all these different pictures pop up. Well, it's no different from the usual. All are at peace, tranquil as they always are, and all that. You lie. You take me for such a fool that I would fail to pick up on what is really happening. Splatters of blood marred his room. His back was rough and torn with flesh wounds. There was a whip on his desk, surrounded by dozens of uneaten hemobars. I knew that something was starting to fester within all of us, but it affected the priest most severely. For he stood alone before the flood, taking the outpouring pain, suffering and hatred of the family in our father's stead. Rotting inside more than anyone else. Cancel some of your consultation appointments, but send them to me instead. I will lend my ear to their troubles. You will? At this rate, taking on this responsibility alone will break you before long, before anyone else. His eyes wavered on me with a look of unmistakable distrust. Please do not hesitate to ask me for assistance should any questions or difficulties arise. But he did not refuse my help. What words must be said to alleviate one's such absence of exchange? I stood there for what felt like an eternity, trying to come up with something to talk about, but there was nothing. When I turned to leave, Gregor called me in a peculiar tone. That reminds me. I heard through the grapevine that Father was preparing to leave on an adventure. Yes, all on his own, too. Once again, it seems that the human is responsible for this. I hear that this adventure will be a quest for a legendary helm. The sheer idea of it, I can hardly wait. You. What do you know about that adventure? The priest is acting overtly secretive. I looked straight into his nervously wandering eyes and asked in an interrogative tone. We weren't that close, but I knew him well enough to ask what he really meant there. A plan, you say? I don't know if it is wise of me to share such a thing with you, but yes, Lady Rodin is the one masterminding this plan. Well, I suppose there's no harm in sharing this with you now. How could I have ever imagined that this despicable plot of filial impiety, so horrible that anyone hearing it would have intensely hated the idea? It's all for the happiness of the family. Was shared to me by none other than the priest. My instincts are screaming at me to immediately take this matter to the father. The confessional, it alone, a sight of madness manifest, cuts through my heart. When the priest succumbs to madness, which is only a matter of time, another blood fiend will have to sit in that small room, all alone, to shoulder the burden of anxiety from the entire family. It need not be said that the same fate awaits all who shall take his place. And when, one by one, more and more of the family loses their grip on their sanity, should I again be made to bear in my own family my own blood? Will my hands be once again forced to crush their skulls? Is this the horrid future our father dreamed of? No, it cannot be. Father was changed and twisted by the silver-tongued wiles of the night. Even as the family that had promised to withstand the thirst, that had promised to dream together crumbles, our irresponsible father still seeks to go on an adventure in such a blithe display of his naivety. This alone is proof enough. She conspires a sin of filial impiety, an unthinkable transgression. But I must hear her out first. Lady Rodian is currently in the process of wrapping up the last parade of the day. I knew where to go to put an end to this chaos, to the parade area where my only sister resides. Deadbeat Dad Don Quixote? He didn't take Sancho with him? Yeah, this is the universe where Sancho did not go on the adventure with Daddy Don. But I'm assuming a lot of the thoughts that Sancho is having are probably this, like, shared. Like, those are true. Like, even before the adventure, right? Oh, your eyes. You already know everything, don't you? Was it the priest who let you in on this? An elaborate parade. Surrounding the procession's path were humans, laughing and clapping delightedly at the parade. Their eyes hold no trace of the fear that we once instilled in them. I only saw polite and innocent affability, at worst. Even the hunters who once hated us enough to the point where they would willingly throw their lives away just to kill a single one of us, now make an exception for us. Our sacrifice was all it took to perpetrate this idyllic reality. Yes, our sacrifice, and only our sacrifice. Father's ridiculously juvenile dream, it's becoming real. They're starting to acknowledge it. You mean the dream that made our every waking moment a nightmare? I guess it is my fault for expecting you to have... I guess it is my fault for expecting you to have changed at all. You'd always agree with Father no matter. Do as you will. What meaning is there to happiness if we are all excluded from its blessing? I know the answer now. The happiness our father saw in his ideals is meaningless to us. What glory is there in gazing upon the happiness of humans if we stand upon the ground in which our family lies buried, made into corpses by our own hands to free them from their madness? What? I said go ahead. Do it. At my confident reply, an odd light begins to shimmer in my sister's eyes. The eyes that had completely lost any semblance of light. The eyes that had seen too much fatigue to glimmer anymore. But it's filial impiety. I thought you'd be more opposed to this. It is Father who has abandoned us. And that plan comes from none other than you, who had to look after the entire family, or our absent father was chasing his hollow dreams. Focus on the plan and leave it to me to take care of the family in the meantime. I thought you were still so disinterested in everything happening before your eyes. Hey, I kinda like the new you. Go to the barber, she will explain everything. That child was the architect of the more intricate parts of the plan after all. No, actually, I'll go with you. It'd be easier for you to have me there to smooth things out, right? Yes. Oh man, they all. This is a crazy fucking uptight story, dude. What the heck? Everybody's in it. Sancho is in. Lady Sancho will take part in our plan? The gang's all here, yeah! Very well, Your Grace. This will certainly reduce the risk involved in my strategy. Your involvement in this particular manner certainly was unexpected. Now, she can pretend all she wants about how little she cares about us, but I guess she kept her eyes on the rest of the family in her own way. Indeed, then perhaps it is possible that your apparent disinterest in that perfect dress I had once crafted for you was but a mask to hide your deep interest in the sartorial arts. That's a light-hearted jest. I merely thought to break the ice, given that you have just remained entirely silent since the moment you stepped into this room. Please don't concern yourself with my comments. I will try in your dress next time. For now, I would like you to elaborate on your plan. We plan to place the helm of Mambrino over your father's head. We received this intelligence from the relic peddler who kept swindling our father. The relic's function is as follows. Whoever wears the helm should be viewed as an equal in the eyes of the beholder. Viewed as an equal by the beholder. Does that mean the taboo, our revulsion for hurting a higher kindred, can be nullified? Precisely, Your Grace. Were I to look at an individual wearing the helm, I would perceive them as a third kindred, and if Lady Sancho or Lady Rodian were to look at them, they would appear as a second kindred. Oh, that's interesting. It is said to have a similar effect on humans as well. A king shall see the helm wearer as a king, and a knight shall see the helm wearer as a knight. The plan was more solid than I had expected, but the risks were still immense. Though Father had expended much of his strength when he created Rocinante, his might remains nigh insurmountable. Even with the crutch provided by the mask, the knowledge that he's still our father would stay in the hands of many of our family members. But, yes, this is the best chance we've got. For us to be released from the binding saddles of this nightmare. We must drag our father, who gallops onward at the vanguard of this procession, from his steed. That is why we have turned against you. Because in the dark, invisible corners of La Mancha land, we were there, suffering silently as our instincts strangled us. Just as you forsook our happiness, we forsake your ideals. Oh jeez. We will seek blood, slaughter every human we see, and the knight who corrupted your mind shall be found and torn limb from limb. Was it your lingering attachment to that dream, that it could still be realized? Or was it the resentment toward us who ruined your dream of coexistence, your retribution for our transgressions? Even as your gaze remains downcast, weighed down by the guilt of abandoning your family, you raise an arm toward us, as though the dream continues still. All of a sudden, I was struck by a terrible premonition. Our preparations were immaculate, ready for every possibility. But should Father unleash his full might, determined to exterminate his entire family, he will kill us all. Even if we manage to defeat him, as impossible as that sounds, none of us will survive the battle, and that was the best case scenario. Yet why, I wonder? Yet why did I see from your trembling hands a clear sign of hesitation that could not be disguised? I quickly motioned the family to stop materializing their weapons out of panic. He isn't trying to fight us. This is... a great shadow more vast than even the darkest cloud begins to devour the sky over us. A wall of blood begins to materialize around La Mancha land. Is Father sealing La Mancha land? He's trapping us in here! This is the retribution we deserve. Everyone, let's remain calm. We're going to be okay. I know we're going to be okay. The family panics. My sister gives me an odd look. I push harder on my lance, impaling Father's chest. They and I have committed the sin of filial impiety. But for the family to have be confined here in La Mancha land again for another eternity of suffering. Stop this. If you ever loved us as much as we have once loved you, you will do nothing. I beseech you. For that is your final responsibility to us as our father. The shadow that had begun to shroud the sky slowly withdraws, growing thinner, as if to say that his love for us hasn't changed. Father's arm slowly falls back to his side. The family begins to sob. I can see their tears from the corner of my eyes. From relief that the plan was a success, from the dawning of the terrifying reality that we were now without a father. Indeed, someone new must lead them from the vanguard. This massive responsibility is bloody and heavy as it rests ponderously upon my shoulders. Should someone come seeking the whereabouts of her father, give them this answer. That our father, who galloped toward a hollow dream, dragging his family through brutal suffering, eventually met his end in the dirt. And should someone ask you the question, how will you live on? Assert boldly that you will live on as a blood fiend should. Then, while I bear the responsibility and the guilt, go seek the happiness that you lost. It's raining red. Father gasps his final breath, and the red droplets begin to pelt over our heads with no end in sight. Thus marks the end of the dreaming. La Mancha land is falling apart. For everyone, for you, and me. Because this crimson rain falls from the cumulus of broken things. The blood overflows, flooding the land before the earth can claim it. Oh my goodness gracious, dude. One Sancho was enough to break the balance. Without Sancho, the plan half succeeded. Amazing, right? That it takes only one Sancho to get to tip the scales. Also, my voice is already dying. Second kindred. Third kindred. Third kindred. Third kindred. Second kindred. So 3 third kindreds and a second kindred are enough to stalemate a first kindred. But once you have a second kindred, this is an unfair matchup, dude. That's implying that, like, what does that even imply? That like 12% each? They're 12.5% each on the scale. And Sancho's 50%. Yeah, they all died or the family lived on. The dream was dead. Damn. Fuck. Hi, Dabby. I was just, I was looking at the uptie stories for all the Chapter 5, or Canto 5. Don't forget, the first kindred was weakened from the helmet, making Rocinante and the adventure, fighting other blood fiends. Oh, yeah. So in that case, yeah, with the Hell doing all the heavy lifting, and Sancho doing the second most heavy lifting, these 4 were able to stalemate that. That's incredible. Yeah, now that I've done the... If Versalt was here, he'd solo, for real, for real. God, now my voice is so fucking dead. Oh shit, you're gonna throw one of those at me? Oh, that's lovely. Clear encounter of allies at 50% plus HP. Huh? Well, I can't use that. But it's the only one I have. Question. For Intervallo 5, did you guys start... When did you guys start getting the next season on the identities? Well, no, Dom was going to seal it up and still be a stalemate, but Sancho convinced him to kill himself. Oh. This fight is why I gave up on the true base sinners only. Oh, not kill himself. Convince him not to stalemate. Would have been still incredible to me, right? You see, if I start using Lord Honglu now, I'm gonna feel bad about this. Sinclair is double weakness and Honglu is wrath weak.
말뚝을 쑤셔 넣어주죠.
I do have Dawn Office. I do have a Dawn Office, dude. I don't think I uptied this guy. No. Did I uptide this one? I did. I think I'll just accept my losses.
깨끗한 세계를 세우라.
Let's see. First one on the blocks. Heathcliff had already begun flipping through the papers in his hands. What an unfamiliar sight. Right, you and you there, inside now. Heathcliff, the assistant, pointed toward Honglu and Sinclair. Oh, 1-2 testing. Am I coming through? As you must be well aware by now, the Pekatula are entities that have failed to even distort. It seems like we'll be fighting the Pekatula again. Oh, right. I have a question. It's something that's been nagging me the whole time since I arrived. Aren't these tests basically just us killing people for no reason? How's the evaluation? We just got back into the evaluations because I was reading all the uptie stories. Hi, Sinclair. They're all safely contained, which means that they don't pose any danger to anyone. Why is it being such a bleeding heart all of a sudden? Oi, we've been slaughtering countless scores of those sods, so what's the holdup now? Yeah, but we didn't have any choice back then because we were on a mission and... Do you believe that taking a life to live is unlike taking a life for the sake of it? I do. I understand. It seems that human memory is, after all, made to be finite. Save for a few exceptional individuals, people are prone to misplacing memories even from yesterday. True. So who are they, Dante? Who do you believe they are, this group you lead? Given the expected communication difficulties between us, allow me to make this a multiple choice question. 1, family. 2, friends. Or 3, colleagues. I guess they're closest to colleagues? Dante says 3 colleagues. Thank you, Honglu. Honglu was practically squished against the containment unit window, holding up 3 of his fingers. He must have heard us talking. Incorrect. It's none of the above. The truth is that they are sinners, not family, not friends, not colleagues. Prisoners. Oh, Jesus, what the fuck? I know. But the knowledge of something and the acceptance of it must be distinguished. I learned that people are prone to forgetting their places when the easy gets going. When the going gets easy. When life becomes comfortable enough for them to consider the luxury of timely meals to be a certainty. Thus, I find these reminders to be quite useful. These sinners, bound to Limbus Company, are still fettered by their chains and shackles. Naturally, they have no access to such thing as the right to refuse. Or would it be easier for you to accept that fact if I were to suggest that you consider this but a mere extension of your responsibilities? I know they're sinners, but you can't talk to them like... translations are unnecessary. I think I get the picture of what was said, given the atmosphere of this room. Dante, when you agreed to the contract, you must have made a deal of sorts to gain something to your benefit, am I correct? Did I? Your memories, your head, and your past. There must be so much you would like to know. And perhaps your desire to get them back is what stops you from simply quitting. What I mean to say is that this little demonstration is that no one in this room has any right to grumble or refuse. Boss, is he usually... Yes, this is his usual demeanor. Hello, I know I'm not the one to talk, but you don't exactly have a lot of friends, do you? Those who rise above their peers tend to attract a certain degree of hostility from others. Now shall we begin? We are severely behind schedule. While the combatants do what they do, please pay attention to the following presentation about the Pekatula projected onto this glass panel. This lecture has been prepared with the assumption that its students have an average level of knowledge, so if you consider this presentation to be boring or too difficult to understand, you may consider your knowledge level to be below average. All this material seems quite elementary to me. Not sure what's so difficult about this. Oh my god, Heathcliff. To have his aspect engraved. I don't know what that means, and I don't remember any of this. Like, realistically speaking, I don't even remember what Dante wanted, besides maybe his memories. They bring it up almost like every canto, but I honestly... Was that really his motivation? Yeah, save that for when the lecture actually starts. As you must already know, there are seven categories of Pekatula, and as far as I'm aware, the highest stage of Pekatula you observed was in stage 3. Fuck me! Nobody understands. We just know he wants his aspect engraved. Fuck if I know. Oh, wait. Wait, what? Oh, never mind. Fucking, what do you mean there's 7 and we've only seen 3? So far, at least. Wherefore didst thou utter a little muttering of, so far at least, at the end of thine words, good sir? Sharp! Well, it's simple. Researchers have a habit of avoiding absolutes in all things. Never say never, or so they say. So you're not ruling out the possibility that we might be running into Pekatula beyond stage 3, huh? Indeed. You prefer not to put down such arbitrary limitations. Anyway, the first type of Pekatula to be covered today is Pekatula Irae, Red Pekatula Maraph. The nature of fire is to burn and burn there is nothing, and is to burn and burn until there is nothing left to be burned. I see, they're quite literally burning with rage. Now that I think back on it, didn't you express something like that before, Sinclair? I remember you screaming so fiercely that you could hardly control your own body. On the other hand, I don't think I've seen you get angry or upset, Honglu. Does Honglu have any emotion at all? 7 types for each sin affinity. That makes a lot more sense when you put it like that. Aha! That's because of the realization of meaninglessness extinguishes the reason for the spark to start a fire. Oh, I see now. No matter how much Heathcliff or Miss Altus bully me, expressing my anger at that is meaningless at the end of the day. Okay, I did enjoy it a little when I had to accidentally step on Heathcliff's toe, but... What? What exactly is the takeaway supposed to be here? Yes, that is exactly how it is. I don't know what the takeaway is here. All I can tell you right now is my voice is fucking dying very quickly. That's a lot of... What the fuck? I almost want to go for a complete absolute resonance, but... Do I have to? Absolute resonance, even though I only need 3 of them. So how are y'all doing? I should probably stop talking for a second so my voice can actually fucking recover. And I really shouldn't be using Lord of Honglu yet. I'm sorry, I shouldn't be using Lord Honglu yet, but I am. Lord of Honglu. Yes, the Lord of Honglu. That's exactly what it is. That's exactly what I meant to say. I got really curious about something here. What is this? Sorry, I wanted to check something here on this on my phone. This is dumb. What's going on here? Oh, it hasn't started yet. Never mind. These little Pekatulim are so cute. You know that? Adorable even.
불길 속으로 다 죽어라. 다 죽어라. 다 죽어라. 넌 푸름을 틔울 수도 없겠구나.
Oh man, we're leveling up to the next level of Pekatula. I don't want to do that. 30? That's a terrible fucking idea. Right? That's a really terrible idea. I'm gonna do that instead. let's just chill on that one a little bit, huh? Actually, I probably could have been fine. Oh yeah, hell yeah, that one damage. You know, I've been using this guy way too much in Merit Dungeons. He's like the only one who can clash, and I don't understand why. I feel like that disco, it should not be as strong as it is, but it is that strong, and it's so fucked up. Like, it just casually rolls to 37 in the middle of Merit Dungeons. I'm like, but why though? You shouldn't be. And then this skill, whatever this whole glowsome stand thing is, it does way too much fucking damage. It's frankly bullshit. Yeah, in the best way possible. Absolutely, I don't even deny that. Oh, it's a counter. He's the Bay Harbor belt grabber. Well, not in the way you think. It's bullshit because he fucks with skill economy. How so? Like, can you explain what you mean by the skill economy thing? It's a big boy, though. We already have extremely strong people. Wild Hunt, Full Stop Duo, etc, etc. I've never played with the Full Stop Duo. Do I even have the Full Stop, like, guys? I think the only person I have who has a gun, besides, Thumb or Salt, would be, oh, that was fast. This one seems to have been quite manageable. On to the next one, then. It's just that he specifically orders assist skills that are skill 3s. Yeah, which is why right now I feel really bad about using him. I guess I'm not gonna feel too bad once we get into the Kanto, but most IDs just doesn't do that. Except he spams other people's skill 3s. That's why I feel like he's a little too busted. See, this is more fair. What is this one? Defeat the Pekatula within the turn limit. This is more fair, has mouse. This was a tough cookie to EX clear.
문을 열 시간인가?
의로움을 세우기 위해서라면.
문을 원할
의로움을 세우기 위해서.
왕의.
Okay, but what am I supposed to use? I don't have anything else for mouse. Mouse. I don't have anything else for mouse. I don't have anything else for Foss. Next up, you three. Let's get in there. Indoor voice will do, bud. We can hear you just fine without you shouting at the top of your lungs. Now, let us discuss Peccatilum Pigarid. I can't pronounce that. Index lost, I saw that level 50. What, I can't level everyone up to 55, Dab. It's a little bit too grindy, you know? Sloth. Stones are sturdy, but that's all there is to them. They are directionless and unmoving, completely surrendered to inertia. They are trapped in their current lot in existence until someone else comes along to roll them away. Truly, there is no better symbol for sloth than them. Jesus Christ. Level 50 is usable? I guess, yeah, true. I'll just go through this and I'll reset it or something. It is efficient to live within the bounds of rigidly... In the bounds of rigidly... What? What? The bounds of rigidly established routines. There we go. Jesus Christ. Getting lumped in with these two is making me self-conscious all of a sudden. Like I'm just some lazy incompetent. Do not compare yourself to Foss, Gregor. Should Foss become the point of reference for one's competency, the overwhelming majority of the city's population would be deemed incompetent. I'll admit that I'm not the most diligent person in the room, but I'm taking back that comment about being incompetent. Check this out, fellas. I'm not that rusty just yet. Charging alone to danger poses too late. This will be harder than expected. Let us provide assistance. I don't remember how to use Index Foss. Doesn't matter though. This time you must suppress the indices as fast as you can. That's what I saw up there. I didn't realize he was actually a, what do you call it, a thing?
범인이었던 지난날과 다를 바가 무엇인지
Indexing.
지령을 받았습니다.
왕의.
She has the same thing that Don Quixote has? I say the same thing, but you know what I mean. Hey, look at that. Blood Fiend's gonna have a blood fiendy day. Yeah, just a bit weaker. I used her like maybe like 2 times in the mirror dungeon so far. I think I have her on. I want to say I have her specifically on one of the thread excavations, but I can't remember right now.
아직 5번 더 갈라야만 합니다. 지령대로 움직일 뿐입니다.
Hit a target with skill mark. A turn started. 3 to 5 grace of the prescript gain this effect. Okay. I like the sound of. Oh, speaking of the index proselytes, I have a question. Why is Don Quixote's like index proselyte sound so why does she sound like that? I don't know how to say it. I don't know how else I'm supposed to say it. She sounds like something. Like she's talking through like a walkie-talkie or something. I don't know if that's intentional or not, but it's interesting as hell. The mark target means you have to hit it. The mark skill means you have to use it. You only have to hit the target once, though, if I remember correctly. Probably because she doesn't talk too much. She's busy doing prescripts. Well, since I didn't read her her uptie story, I don't know anything about it. I'm assuming I'm not allowed to read it anyway. Oh, so is there anything wrong about using two of the prescript skills? Sorry, I don't know, the flower skill. I'm gonna call it flower.
굳이 직접 목격하지 않아도
폭죽 소리가
느낄 수
들리는
있겠죠.
것 같군. 때가 왔나.
지령에 따라 참격.
Actually, there aren't too many spoilers in Don Quixote's upside story. Didn't I also like mention how the spoilers only count if I actually know what the spoiler even supposed to entail?
나는 가족이 되기엔 약하군. 영원히 잠들어.
잠시. 아직 5번 더 갈라야만 합니다. 굳이 직접 목격하지 않아도 느낄 수 있겠죠.
You know I've ran into this thing before, but it still gets me confused when I look at it. I still don't have the conditions for a stupid log.
지령에 따라
Read the guard skills?
왕의 비호 하사한다.
You mean the guard skills that I just decided to, like, attack on?
굳이 직접 목격하지 않아도
That's a lot of fucking shield, dude. Inflict 2 tremor against the target as long as there is remaining shield HP. On use, gain 3 protection. Oh, that's fun. Today I learned. Because I don't remember I should have probably read that. I probably could just offset them, huh? Oh well.
왕의 비호를 하사한다.
충족.
Ooh.
지령이 죽는 것도 사는 것도 지령의 뜻. 두렵지 않습니다.
죄인인가? 따스한 피 스며드는군.
You know, I don't even remember seeing these guys in Merit Dungeon now that I think about it. Don't get too excited now. There was nothing exceptional about these results. Let's proceed to the next test. Man, this guy's an asshole. You know what? He's just a fucking dick. That's all he is. He's just a fucking dick. They showed up in Railroad 5. Did they?
이 좁디 좁은 왕국을 넘어
You guys have better memory than I do about that. Singing on purpose?
저들이 우리의 모습을 우러러 보는 것을.
피를 머금을 시간이네.
Works for me. Next up is gluttony. Roots of plants dig through the dirt in search of nutrients. What distinguishes them is, however, that they are not satisfied with satiation alone. The roots continue to grow, seeking increasingly greater supply of nutrients. Hang on a minute, what's this? Heathcliff, after flipping through a few more pages ahead, looked up at Hohenheim and shouted, "Are we really going to do this song and dance for each and every one of these Pecatulum? Why don't we lump them together like how they paired up, wait, what? Why don't we lump them together like how you paired up the sinners?" Ha! Running low on patience already? Only simpletons would make such a basic suggestion. It's standard protocol, in case you weren't aware. I'm also unhappy about this process, but sometimes we must swallow our complaints and do as we're told for the sake of proper test results. You make a valid proposition. What? Very well. I also fail to see the necessity in fighting these Pecatula one by one, especially given the busy schedule ahead of us. Your suggestion is accepted, Assistant. Fuck. Hi, Kazoo. Or Kazoo? Kaz, cool. Kaz. Huh? What? Really? Aren't you the one who suggested it? If we didn't have to fight them one by one anyway, then why didn't we do this from the start? Because testing them one by one yields a more accurate result. Studies suggest that the margin of error may grow by 0.06% when testing multiple entities at once. I see, but I say the benefits of a smaller margin of error outweighs the convenience of lumping them all together. Why don't we proceed as planned? Bloody hell, just let it go, yeah? Yeah, Altus, come on. This very carelessness is why I think we can risk a 0.06% greater margin of error, right? Indeed, it is sometimes necessary to prioritize efficiency over the pursuit of perfection. I will abide by the executive manager's judgment. You motherfucker. It's all because Dante said something. Very well, then allow me to explain the Pecatula morassitaceae, I can't pronounce that, gloom as well. Have you ever immersed yourselves in deep waters? Quite easy to sink to the depths, no? However, the deeper one sinks, the harder does it become to rise again. The pressure suffocates you from all directions, no matter how much you thrash around, desperately looking for something to grab onto. All you find is fertility, such as gloom. I suppose one of the few benefits of working in this company is that its constant motion gives no time for such emotions to drag us down, especially now that I have some level of confidence that they might actually keep their end of the contract. Oh, sounds like a disagreement's brewing. Even after I've joined the bus team, I still feel like I'm floundering deep in some ditch, you know? No, I'm only here because I want to be here, but still. Are you sure you're in that ditch by choice? Maybe you just don't know how to rise to the surface again. Haha, I don't appreciate hearing that from someone who doesn't even know what I'm talking about. Damn. Well, it's all ready now, in you go. You too, Assistant. You aren't exempt from the tests. Huh? Me too. Perfect timing. I begin to be tired of all this mental exercise. Right then, let's wrap this up quick. Heathcliff's happy. He gets to fight. He gets to fight. Finally fight. This one might be quite complicated for you to handle. Dispose of the entities before they do it themselves. Huh? I'm going to assume that Nibble and Fire Off do something like that, but wait, do they have a debuff on them? At 1 stack, inflict damage equal to this unit's current HP against the enemy with the least HP, then die. Reduced by 1. Okay, so whoever has 1. Okay. So it's the ones on the front, for now. Quite complicated. Easiest one. For now.
고귀하게.
내 안에 갇혀 죽어라.
이번에 네 피분수.
You know, I probably should have looked at their weaknesses, huh? A little bit more deeper than that.
실밥이 터졌나?
That sounded like an unopposed requiem. How do you even... Dabby, do you feel like you're addicted to this game in some regards? Because how do you even know the name of these skills? I don't even pay attention to the name of these skills. Like, at all. I don't even know the names of the sins. Resources. Especially because I keep fucking that one up.
떨거지는 잘라낸다.
Heathcliff smacking the coffin with his sword is pretty memorable.
이번에 네 피분수. 이번에 네 피분수.
Is that what it's called? It is called Requiem. I didn't know that.
목을 내놓고 있도록.
이번에 네 피분수.
And we know what clashing sounds like? I have to kill the front dude? Wait, what is this? Turn start. Gain 1 HP heal boost every 2 turns up to 5. Turn start. Damage. Gain 1 damage up in clash power for every 10 HP healed. And these guys blow up. Oops, my phone died just now.
목을 내놓고 있도록.
Oops, my phone died. Oops, my phone did it again. Attack failed, wow.
추잡하네.
Alright, you wanna hear... I think I might have talked about this once before. Actually, no, I don't think I've ever talked about this before. But speaking of phone, there's a mobile game that I've been playing. I'm maybe sure you guys have heard of it. AFK Arena. They introduced this weird-ass event where the whole point of it is PvP, right? And, it's a cash grab. It's all it is. It's just a fucking cash grab. It's by far one of the worst events that they ever implemented into this game. By far. And I'll explain how stupid it is. If you are attacking a city, and you have... I don't know how many people you have, right? And another faction is attacking the same city, the one who gets the city is the person who lands the last hit, not the team that did the most damage. Which is what I just saw right there happen on this mobile game. Oh, the Western Gacha that isn't Raid? Is it a Western Gacha that isn't Raid Shadow Legends? Yeah, it might be. Yeah, that's basically it. It's so stupid, dude. It is the stupidest thing I think I've ever seen, but like I don't know what the heck I'm supposed to be expecting out of this. It's so silly to me. Like, there are so many things that you could do with mobile games in PvP, but when you introduce it, like, really poorly like they did, I really question, like, the hell were you thinking? Like, seriously, what the hell were you actually thinking? I don't know, just a minor rant. Hi, Zoe. Man, it is hot, dude. It is hot in my room.
기원을 갖춘
Bam.
주라니야.
Ba-ba-dum, bam,
그대로
bam,
달릴
ba-ba-dum. Ba-ba-dum.
고귀하게 예쁘네 네 피분수
찢어 놓아주마.
That's a big fucking Pikachu that I have to kill in 3 turns. That's adorable. What do you do? Target loses 5 SP and you actually have a lot of unbreakable coins. But why though? Do you think they're gonna introduce a new kind of coin at some point? Like, terrifyingly so. Like, all of a sudden there's a new coin out. Like, what kind of coin would they even introduce? What are you weak to, by the way? I don't actually know, because I think this is the first time I've ever actually fought this thing. I know I've seen it before. Who knows? I fucking love colored coins. It's a coin that says it'll do... maybe, like, poise coin? A poise coin. There you go. It's gonna be a poise coin. I can't wait for orange coins to trigger an 18+ cutscene. Excuse me? Oh.
막아둘 수 없다면 직접 후회를 새겨주지.
No, that's the pink coin. All of a sudden, they introduce an 8th sin. Wait, is the pink coin an actual thing? What's up with the pink coin? I'm better off just using win rate button and hoping it actually wins something. Come here, Zoe. You're gonna be a pain. You don't talk about it? But I don't know the context. Closer to the usual color not safe for work is related to? What, and people think it's gonna actually happen? Struggling! Struggling! Sure, I guess you are struggling. Do I know what you're weak to yet? Fucking weak to envy.
고귀하게
속에서 막아둘 수 없다면 직접 후회를 새겨주지.
Nah, not bad. Considering the demanding conditions, very good. Let us proceed to the next test. My cat is demanding pets, dude. Like, fine, come here.
끝인가? 정말 한 톨도 남지 않았나? 그렇다면 어째서 이 분노가 끝나지?
Dulled Harpoon. Oh, this is the other P.E.K.K.A. The P.E.K.K.A. Tulum I remember seeing. Do not take 10 plus hits during this encounter for each identity. It had to be my 2 identities that really don't actually have anything. Though I do have Kurokumo Clan Ishmael. So I could level that up really quick. So I don't know how she is, like, at all. How she reacts in a vacuum. God, Zoe, you are so lovable today, aren't you? You're a little lovable ball, aren't you? Look, your little lovey ball. No, you don't get to move away. I get to pet you until you bite me. Come back here, Zoe. Come back here. Bring thy head back closer. She's annoyed. She's annoyed. I annoyed her. You know what? I'll stick with Family Ishmael. Oh, she's mad. She wants to bite me now. Come here. You're going on your back. Come here. Ow. Zoe. 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 Alright. Ow! Ow! Jeong is the strongest by far, and is that 58? Or am I seeing things? I think you might be seeing things. I can't get to my mouse anymore because Zoe is mad at me and trying to fight me. Guess I'll turn my fan on in the meantime because it's hot in my room. This cat is trying to... She wants to grab my entire hand and just bite the fuck out of it because I was holding her down. Zoe! Ow! Ah! 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 If I scream like a monkey, she ignores me. Also, where did you see a 58? I'll use her, because I don't use her very often.
자, 판 돌아갑니다.
Ah! 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 Well, they weren't too much trouble. Next up's you two. Get in there. For Yoshu? Let's do this, I guess? ST. What? She wants to switch teams? What? Really? Now? What's your problem this time, Ryoshu? Huh. Your dulled harpoon doesn't interest me. Oh. It's dulled so much that I doubt it can even impale that sickly nerd over there. I don't think she'll have much trouble impaling Hohenheim. I'd much rather watch that blood fiend fight again. What? Thou speakest of me? That's, tis quite the pickle. Boy, she wants to switch teams. Is that alright? Of course not. You heard the man. Let's go. I'll admit that my harpoon's not as sharp as it used to be, and I'll admit that I've lost a bit of my edge since then. But we're all sailing the same boat. I'm not gonna hold you or anyone else back. I'm always ready to go back to razor sharpness when the need arises. Huh. I'm swapping you out as soon as you start making a fool of yourself. Jeez. Last, I thought I've been clear on this. Switching teams ain't a thing. Pecatulum superbii. Pride. Hohenheim droned on as if the bickering sinners didn't exist in this world. Wheels, symbols of technology and the vector of humanity's ultimate pursuit. The wheel, in its boundless pride, rolls on in its search of a perfect circle, something unconquered even by nature. Yet it remains uncaring for the flesh it rends, nor the grass it tramples in its path. Isn't that just confidence, not pride? Can't get anything done by just sitting idly in place. One might even say that pride is but another name for overconfidence. It oft claims trailblazers are those who have never tasted failure. Ha, someone like you, Hohenheim? Well, that certainly is a perspective. Next up is Luxury, Lust. Moving on just like that, huh? The meaning of Pecatulum Luxury, lust, is not exactly what it says on the tin. A more illustrative description would say that it is, an obsession to spread a fragment of what forms the self, a desire to propagate, to breed. Of course, there is more to this concept than just that. While the word itself may be subject to interpretation limited to the carnal understanding, to share one's knowledge, one's ideas, to invite others into gaining the understanding of a sliver of oneself, you seek to express that such things are lust as well. Not bad. I always appreciate these discussions with the learned. There's never any dead air. Admit it, Heathcliff. All of that flew right over your head, didn't it? Flew over my head a little bit. Drink water, by the way. Especially for me, because I got cat hair in my mouth. Actually, I got cat hair all over my fucking face. Why even ask? Unnecessary. Shut up and get in there. I can't wait to hear this voice acting someday. This time we will observe your evasion abilities. Try to defeat them without getting hit once. This is gonna be really fucking annoying, isn't it? Okay. I'm never gonna get her special thing off, am I? For Jang, just match the skills and the light she's giving off, specifically on the first slot. Okay, so it's only on the first slot? Alright, I just wanted to make sure about that, because I wasn't sure about the light thing. when there's multiple skills. Or multiple thingies.
대가리 딱 떼도.
I guess you would figure that stuff out when you're solo, though, right? Probably makes a lot more sense that way. It's to prevent insane Kozan ramp up. It's broken as is. I guess? Sure. Sure. Yeah, sure. If you're in Merid Dungeon, you can replace every... It depends on how... if you're solo in a Merid Dungeon. If you're in Merid Dungeon, you can replace everything with skill 3. Gambling with guaranteed win. Easy money. God, don't you wish you could gamble like that in real life? People would figure out the tricks and everything. By the way, I think I've asked this before, and I think I just assumed it. Aw. Really? That was this a mistake on the sinner's part? Let us hope this was not a failure of the command system. That was a failure on the command system. She rolled 2 tails in a row.
좋아. 코이.
Do not take 10 plus hits during this encounter for each identity. And she rolled a fucking tails. Anyway, what I was gonna ask was, for a situation like that just happened, what's the actual percentage for something that doesn't have sanity to roll heads and or tails, depending on what they're using? It's 50-50? Fuck, man. Sometimes I really feel like it's not 50-50. %, unless specified otherwise, unless influenced by syncing stuff. Wait, abnormalities that don't have anything like that are actually influenced by that?
내가 알아서 처리한다. 산코.
Like echoes. Nani?
당신 짝해보면 내가 알아서
Stuff
처리.
like Heathcliff's impending ruin. Nani? I really should not hit that counter skill. That can't offset that though, right? One-sided guard. Can someone explain to me this thing? Guard versus offset versus one-sided guard. Applied by Wild Hunt Skill 2 specifically takes away 10% chance to roll heads from no SP enemies. Oh! So that gets offset, but then what's up with this? Huh? One-sided just means that it doesn't have an activation target except against attack weights. So this does nothing, but that just offsets it. So then what do you do against a counter? Do you just not do anything? Or what do you do? If you don't want to get hit, I mean. Is there anything that offsets a counter? Dodge or stagger? You eat the counter? Ugh. Alright then, you eat the counter.
당신 짝패군요. 지금이다. 해골 바가지 거미 대가리. 자! 하! 으타! 더 먹어 치워라. 자! 하! 자! 예! 하! 하! 헷! 사물. 앵화!
Aw, man. I don't have a yellow at the one in the first slot.
당신 짝패군요. 올인이었나요?
Now it changes the red? Fine. Whatever. Just change the red. See if I fucking give a damn. I do actually care, but you suck.
당신 짝패군요. 내 죄는 내가 알아서 처리할.
So the manners is concerned for the sinners weren't just empty words, I see. Very well, this matches the preliminary responses of whatever the hell he was going to finish the sentence with, because it went away too fast.
착각하지 마라. 해파.
I don't know where you saw level 59 or 58, Dab, but I am level 59 myself.
내가 강하기에 내 놈들을 휘두르는
Stinging! Each unit defeats the Pekatun that has taken their shape once. Huh?
책임.
흑수, 오필등, 이상이요.
I forgot I leveled up Fell Bullet. I guess we're using that one. Preliminary reports we have on hand. Skill Dawn with Dawn, Yisang with Yisang. Huh? Oh! Oh. Oh.
저들은 전율하리라.
Verily, nigh is the time for young Yisong and I to face the test. The nature of our trial shall take form as Pekatula Invididai. I assume that we all have a first-hand experience with static shocks. Oh? Doth static shock have aught to do with envy? Anyone who's been subject to both static shock and the envy of others must know that the latter stings in the same manner as the former does. I ill comprehend thy explanations. I see. To explain in plainer example, Miss Don Quixote, you have always been fond of and held great respect for illustrious color fixers, am I correct? Verily, I should be second to none were my passion for them to be measured. Now imagine yourself at a convention of sorts in which the said illustrious color fixers are holding an event to disseminate their autographs, and imagine that you are a part of the excited queue. Oh, indeed, I have mentally placed myself there. Proceed. Yet, in great misfortune, the event comes to a close, mere moments before you were to receive your autograph. Alack for woe! Why did they play the squirrel sound effect? Fate play of such cruel jests on my pitiful soul. Now, do imagine, what sort of emotion would you feel for the fellow fan who received the final autograph immediately before you were to receive yours, ere the chance was robbed? Well, 'twould be quite the jealousy burning within my heart. A painfully tingling sensation in my... Oh? My, you certainly enjoy explaining things, don't you? I suppose all scholars are kindred spirits after all. You two, quit the chinwag and get in there. Verily, then onward to a new adventure. Then I shall follow. Sometimes trying to speak and... Man, those two characters are complete and utter opposites for me. Oh, that's weird. And they're actually... Oh, God. I wonder if I should be concerned about the fact that they're... Why? You know what? Whatever. I don't care. A funny, scary opening. At least they don't have any resources. Blade Lineage Dawn actually kind of sucks for this. Well then, maybe I should be thankful for that. I'm not thankful for how fucking high they're rolling, though. Each unit defeats the Pekatun that has taken their shape once. I meant manager. Oh. Okay. Dan, why are you getting targeted so much, man? Just win the clash easy, specifically because they just roll really high, and it's a last slash fucking autocorrect. Oh, ineffective against slash, but yeah, whatever. Who cares? Gun! Gun! Good job! Bad job. What happened there? No, don't use attack weight. For the love of God, don't use attack weight. What's with all these unopposed, man? Aww. Wow. Well, I mean, at least Dawn got her shit done, right? That was a turn. Yep, that was definitely a fucking turn. I've heard of many tales of your genius even before you came to your company's assets. It seems they were all true. Congratulations. Unfortunately, you're by yourself now. I didn't know there was a second wave. Should have probably noticed that. Well, what are you gonna fucking do? You should probably just take care of the skills that do anything other than slash. Struggling? Struggling? Oh yeah, there we go. Doesn't matter if Dawn kills herself. I die. I don't think have you guys ever seen anyone lose that before? Because I'm the first one. Yay. Yay. Plenty. Fair enough. Wasn't expected to actually lose. I thought it was gonna be kinda easy. Rip's face is scary. Yeah. Yeah. Why did you roll a fucking 6? What is it with these guys being as fast as they are? It's the same as your IDs. Me, when I fight the same stuff I throw out. Yeah, but I got fucked. Ow. Oh. You know, I should be really thankful that they're not just throwing egos at me yet. I bet it could happen. I bet they could easily start throwing egos at me all of a sudden and it'd just be like, well, you tried. You really tried. It wasn't good enough, but you fucking tried. I do love the gun, though. This thing is so nice to look at. There's really nothing I can do to stop that, is there? Ah, well, I still have another Dawn I could probably kill off. I really don't want to use that either. Huh, didn't see that coming. That could be worse. But if I just did that, it's fine. Yeah, no, when you guys say you're getting excited to fight the same stuff as you guys use, I'm over here like, but aren't you gonna fight, like, the entire Heisho pack in the next Refraction Railway? And I also came to the realization that I'm gonna probably be fighting that soon in the future too, and I'm not looking forward to that. If I'm already dying to everything else. Not yet. But also it sounds fun. We jump Lord Liu. Yeah, but if they give... I'm sure Project Moon knows their own meta, right?
그대로 꿰어소리라. 구멍투성이가 되어.
The Canto 9 bullshit feels scarier. God, I cannot wait to see what kind of bullshit you guys are saying.
깊은 수면에 빠지시는가? 그대로 꿰어소리라. 마침내 깊은 수면에 빠지시는가?
Lord Liu doesn't have infinite Lord guards.
짠맛이 도는군.
I'm still concerned. I still have concerns. The price of curiosity. I can't deploy Sancho though. Why?
이런 맛이던가.
나를 불렀나?
말뚝을 쑤셔 넣어주죠.
네.
지령을 받았습니다.
자,
군주가 나선다.
지령을 받았습니다.
군주가 나선다.
He does have Mao assist defense. And also you have to clash against the other Heishos. She tripped and fell. Yeah, she tripped and fell during the test. What the fuck happened? Why can't I not use my Dawn? The foundation that led to this disaster was laid by none other than Yi Song, whose only sin was making an innocent, tragically casual comment. Sometime after we ran our final tests, Please vacate the room, people. Cleanup coming through. Apologies, Miss Don Quixote. Apologies. Miss Don Quixote is ought to... Prithee, avail me but a moment. The shoelaces upon Rocinante have come undone. What? How? I remember tying like 7 different knots on your shoes. Yet we're quite the hideous axis. Sorry to be forced upon Rocinante. What? I've tied one of them once again in the shape of a ribbon. Yeah, the knots didn't look that great. Ribbons are cute. Oh boy. Yet one must begin to wonder about the consequences of Miss Don Quixote freeing her feet from Rocinante in her present state. Whatever art thou suggesting? Rocinante is none other than mine eternal steed, bound to me by fate itself. None shall ever dare sever the bond betwixt us. It was a quarry posed toward Miss Faust, yet I appreciate your answer all the same. And Faust's reply was what set fire upon that rather combustible foundation. I cannot know. What? An obvious outcome, given that no relevant data has ever been collected. Well then, no time like the present to get collecting, huh? Good thing we're in a lab, too. Where else are we gonna get another chance to do that? They fucking encourage- wait. This course of action is highly inadvisable. Yeah, sounds like a bad time to me. I heard all kinds of horrible stuff happen on that train the moment her shoes came off. Sure did. But twas but an independent decision called by Rocinante Rocinante itself due to certain extreme circumstances that had not to do with mine will. Oh, potato potato. I was already quite aware that the core of that individual may as well lie in her pair of running shoes. Fie on thee! Thou shan't treat a person as such as I like some useless shell. The real blood fiend was the shoes all along. What if he slipped her shoes off and on again really quickly? The standards here at the LCE department demand precise measurements. In other words, these tests would be meaningless if all we are measuring is a hollow shell. A hollow shell? We have indulged your predictable provocations enough, Hohenheim. It seems necessary to remind you that you have not yet received the full report of what transpired during that incident. In other words, you're risking the occurrence of an unexpected event. You concern yourself unnecessarily. The construction of a laboratory boasts a rather solid build. Not even abnormalities on the more powerful side of things can puncture holes in its walls. Oh, very well. I will not force your hand. However, due to your unwillingness, I am behooved to record as such in my research journal. Due to the concerned sinner's utterly terrified reaction at the prospect of having to remove her shoes, I must unfortunately leave only a half-complete test result here. Utterly terrified? Terrified? She's getting mad at this. And for your information, these research reports are stored for at least a decade. Yes, we will have possession of a full record of your plain cowardice for at least 10 years. Jesus. Outcome NA are not applicable. Reason, subject, was too scared to participate. After much contemplation, I have come to conclude that dearest Rocinante deserveth a moment of respite as well. What? And I, Don Quixote, shall demonstrate before thee that Don Quixote is Don Quixote in her core still, without Rocinante's assistance. Are you sure this is a good idea, Faust? Hohenheim, if your employment at Limbus Company ever comes to a unilateral termination, I suppose the cause will be rather apparent. Your highly irresponsible level of curiosity. Not a good idea. Got it. That would be my greatest honor as a researcher. This motherfucker. Hey, if anything ever goes wrong, Yi-Sang will be on the ready to slip those shoes right back on your feet at a moment's notice. Okay? I shall be on the ready. Behold me, not with such excessive anticipation, all. This shan't be a new reveal. There shan't be any new revelations here. Don Quixote begins to untie her shoes, Seething. This 7-layered knot poseth quite the difficulty. Young Ishmael, wherefore hast thou tied these cords with such unwavering tightness? I was hoping they'd be the last knot these shoelaces would ever tie. Of course. Ah, there we go. Rest thee well, Rocinante. For I... Oh, that does not sound good. The sinners and I were all quite nervous, but none of us stepped forward to stop this experiment. Why didn't we stop this? Was it because we thought we knew removing Rocinante doesn't necessarily mean that she'll be losing control? Because we saw its effects on the warp train and at La Mancha Land? Or was it because we assumed that Rocinante was now just a disguise, and now that Don Quixote has accepted her past as Sancho, removing it wouldn't affect her psyche at all? Whichever was the case, it was a mistake to ignore that nagging feeling. These researchers don't know what facing Don Quixote, Sancho the Second Kindred, is like. We do. Oh, Mother! Oh, Mother. Our existence is deaf in perpetuity. Complete us. Fill our hunger. We pray unto you. Fill us with the blood of humans. With the blood of humans. The teeming, shouting voices suddenly began to echo in my head. They're the voices of all the children he had embraced. Or perhaps this was the Blood Fiend's instinct given voice, imprinted upon them at the moment of their birth. Proliferate this disease, embrace this unending hunger for blood, and propagate the family. So many voices, so much yearning, so much desire. Every single kindred that has ever existed in the past kneels before Don Quixote. Oh, dearest Mother, as your children, when shall we be permitted to quench this thirst for blood? God, that is terrifying. I must drink blood. Dante! The fuck, Dante? I have to drink all the blood. All the blood that the family deserved to drink. I must. Dante! Dante, wake up! Ain't this a lot like the last time at that building when the fire on their head suddenly exploded? That is very true. Yeah. I gotta get a hold of myself. Thirst. My body can't even feel thirsty. This doesn't make any sense. God! I'm okay. I'm okay now. What did you see, Dante? If we want to bring Don Quixote back, we're gonna need to quench your thirst somehow. We need something to sate the combined thirst, the desire of every single kindred. Where the fuck do you find that? That's not good. Do you keep any blood in here? Let's at least try to quench what's... yeah, we have some blood samples if you need them. Damn it, have you been listening to what the executive manager's been saying? It's the combined thirst of every single kindred. A few blood samples aren't going to do anything. So you're going to sit here and do nothing? Ain't this just a matter of getting her shoes back on? Right, you sung, shoes, get those shoes back on her feet. I cannot. A bizarre wall of pressure surrounds her. This is one luxury cig. Good flavor. I bought those luxury cigarettes with our last bonus pay. These readings are incredible. So much power, even in a state that is, for all intents and purposes, complete emaciation. What, you egged her on knowing this would happen? I had many outcomes in mind. Some were quite similar to this, but this is beyond even the most extreme of my predictions. Her feet so stinky even Yusong can't approach. She's creating the stink barrier. It's not a blood barrier, it's a stink barrier. How the fuck are you so calm about this? We gotta do something. You haven't seen how hard the last hits. What would be the use of panicking now? If the outcome does not align with the predictions, the first course of action would be to analyze the given data. However, it doesn't seem like our containment measures would be the answer here. Thus, the task of stopping her seems to fall straight onto all of you. That's concerning because doesn't that mean she has her full levels? Time for us to pay the price of curiosity. Is she gonna hold back? Because she had the negative 35 last time. Oh, fuck.
Limbus Company の皆さんとご一緒できて
Yearning for blood. Okay, so she's starving. And she has hard blood. Are you different? You are actually different. Uh-oh. I don't care if you play with that. You can play with that all you like. Combat star. Gain yearning for blood. Just can't do it. Blood fiend. My siblings call to me. Turned N. For every 3% missing... Oh, God. For every 3% missing HP on self, gain 1 offense level. Okay, max 5. I was gonna be like, God, she's gonna get all her shit back. Turn N. Gain 1 min-max speed next turn for every 300 blood feast. This unit's HP cannot be reduced below 60%. Hard blood, hard blood, hard blood. If panic, recover from panic and consume 50 blood feast to gain 3 attack power up. If you fail to consume that, gain bleed instead. And attack power up and damage up. You know what's funny is because she's a second kindred, the only other person who gets to eat the second kindred stuff is my princess. Secret passive, she gains 45 SP first turn. There's no fucking way. Oh, wow, 25, casual 25. Alright. Nobody can even fight that turn 1. What do you mean? What am I supposed to fight that with? Alright, defense it is. Hopes and dreams. Oh yeah, the 45. Oh boy, oh boy. You weren't kidding about that. Welcome back, Santra, who's very, very pissed. Imagine if they didn't take it. What if they don't, like, when the hard mode... Wait, does the hard mode version of this Intervallo exist yet? It doesn't, right? Imagine if the hard mode version of this Intervallo is Sancho Unbound. Immediately already gets the 5 offense level, so now it's 30. Doesn't matter though, I get 3 hits. Sancho, my beloved. I still love the Bloodfin identities more than I like the Heishu pack, by the way.
Limbus Company の皆さんとご一緒できて本当に嬉しいです。
Heishu has 2 characters that speak. Speak? Honestly, I'm fine with the neutrals. I mean, I'm not fine with your neutral because you're by yourself, but whatever. Meanwhile, the Blood Fiends get individual boss fights except Priest. What the heck are you doing? Bruh! Bruh, what? What the fuck? I have to be the mother to all of them. The family's thirst. It's... No, my lady, you needn't be the mother of anyone here. Here. You are a sinner, nothing more. Oh, Virgil? Virgil? Oh my... Wait! What? What? I will not blame this incident. I will not place the blame of this incident on anyone, Dante. I understand that no one could have expected this outcome, given the dearth of intelligence regarding the binding tool the first kindred had gifted to the third sinner. Give me Mong, give me Ego, give me Thirsted Sancho, or I retire. Well then, I hadn't had that much first-hand experience with watching Virgilius fight, but this was certainly the most exhausted I've seen him after a fight. This guy just fought a sick... He instantly popped his ego without even so much as a second thought, and he's exhausted. He looks exhausted after a fight. The fuck? Jesus. I decided to say nothing and turn the clock. After some time passed... Jeez! Don Quixote, what happened? Did you lose consciousness, or did something affect your memory? Manager Esquire, my memories were fine. But I heard something as soon as I removed my shoes. Voices, right? Once again, you have witnessed me. Yes, the voices. So many voices. We didn't see the whole fight, just Verg tackling her. It's basically just him using the most power so far to pummel her. Voices? The voices of my family. But the Blood Fiends of La Mancha Land or... Sinclair trailed off. Every single Blood Fiend left inside La Mancha Land was killed when the amusement park collapsed. In other words, most of Don Quixote's lower kindreds were dead. That is correct, but I cannot explain how. The only way I might explain this is that as though my very blood remembered them still. I recognized some of them, and some were voices of those I once deeply cared for. It seems that I was, against my own desire, made to ascend to my father's seat. Perhaps I always was, ever since then. Oh shit, that's right. We saw that in the Uptie story with the prince, right? While he ascended from 4th kindred to 3rd kindred? Because he felt the death of Maman? So this is probably the same thing, right? Don Quixote went from 2nd kindred to technically 1st kindred in that regard, if that's to be, like, true. Hannah should have let us key attribute trigrams to the Sinner's Trust. What? And I was struck not only by my own thirst, but the combined thirst of every single one of the children. I think no, if I remember correctly. What? So, Don as Sancho didn't get the promotion to 1st? I swear that was what I saw when I was reading through, the Prince of La Mancha Land's Uptie story. I saw him as 4th kindred, and after he left La Mancha Land, because Maman had passed away or something, he was 3rd kindred. Thirst. Indeed, I am also bound by that thirst. It is only natural because I am a blood fiend. Thus, the pressure of it all broke my hold of sanity, and I hurt you all, as Don Quixote the Blood Fiend, a higher kindred, not as Don Quixote as sinner and your friend. Ooh. Yes, but what about our Sancho? I think it's a bit unclear. What we do know that Sancho inherited a lot of thirst. Dawn is not promoted, she just has the burden of all La Mancha Land blood fiends. Ooh. That could arguably be considered much worse then. To be fair, though, I don't really understand how a blood fiend would go up from from fourth kindred to third kindred, or even like higher than that. I don't know. Don Quixote, this isn't your fault. It's... No, such words are now meaningless. She looked down at her pair of shoes, their strings again neatly tied. The higher office will now be regularly supplying you with artificial blood packs. Hohenheim approached us after spending a while vigorously scribbling something in his notes. The blood substitute will be very similar to real blood in terms of composition, and we won't have any issue with supply. I don't suppose you actually believe that mere willpower would be enough to withstand this urge? I have done quite well suppressing it thus far. Indeed, and that was precisely the wick attached to the ticking time bomb within the LCB. Must I remind you that the soundness of this limiter of yours is quite tenuous, as today's events have demonstrated? It is your implication that the purpose of conducting this reckless experiment was to determine the full extent of the latent danger? I don't know, it seemed like he was only in it to sate his curiosity. Call it merely the auspice of opportune convenience. This risk factor had to be measured sooner or later. Had I known the full extent of the danger she posed, I would have immediately requested a forceful summoning of your department. Of course, as large as this void was as large as this void of unknowns was, we were able to fill it with much new information. Certain analyses can be drawn by comparing the reports regarding blood fiends in this very experiment. Let us discuss the thirst you experienced first, for example, the combined desire of every lower kindred. Indeed, it is true, the Manchagon kindreds have been completely eradicated due to the events of La Mancha Land, but you still heard the voices of your children, yes? What are you trying to say? I aim to discuss the powerful binding force contained within blood. LCD's cooperative reports explain that blood is not merely a carrier of nutrients, but something more, that it contains certain abstract values as well. We sent in a complaint that the report was far too vague in its wording, and received a reply on their on-site investigation reasoning team leader spat out, the contents of which were equally fascinating. This desire of their kind, this thirst, is something that may as well be imbued and imprinted on the familiar bloodline. Normally the weight of that thirst is far too heavy for any individual to bear, which is why they propagate, to bear the unbearable burden together. But considering that all of that desire is now focused onto an individual, on account of the extinction of her entire family line, it is easy to see why her hold to sanity was so easily broken, no matter the strength of her will. Jesus fuck, okay, damn. She still has second kindred as her tag? Fair. So what would allow her to get promoted? I speculate she needs more blood. We can assume that she is still second kindred. I speculate Don isn't dead. It's possible that Don Quixote Sr. is not dead? There's just no proof. There's no proof to prove that he's dead, and there's no proof to disprove that he's alive. Oh no, Prince Mare was definitely still starved. She alone was made to bear the responsibility, the pressure, the duty of having to raise a family once again. And because none of these needs are currently met, there comes the endlessly exacerbating thirst, and more thirst. It is quite fascinating to see how your kind preserves these very abstract values in the physical form of blood. The mere word thirst does quite the sufficient job of describing the intensity with which you have lost control. This was my oversight, I must admit. I do respect your efforts to be liberated from your nature, I truly do, but I also maintain that it is highly advisable for you to regularly consume the provided blood packs. Understood. But one day I wish to dismount from Rocinante and walk bare of feet and feel the earth under my own skin. I was able to establish one positive factor in this exercise, however. What might that be? that there are those who would, quite literally, throw their lives on the line to stop you even if you were to take off your shoes. In other words, I don't believe it to be necessary for other departments to exercise any separate control over you. Well, now that I've had a first-hand account of your conditions, I'll write the following in the report. Still quite unstable, yet with the effort from the subject herself and efforts from various environmental factors, this subject has been deemed sufficiently controllable. Once again, I do respect your efforts, or any kind of effort, really, because I've never had much use of it for myself. Don Quixote took a deep breath and turned to face the sinners. By then, her eyes had regained their usual softer look. But sorrow was seeping through the tone of her voice. Despite her theatrical manner of speech returning, her tone reminded me of our time at La Mancha Land. My deepest apologies, dearest friends. Forsooth, I shall ever persevere to see that Rocinante, my shoes, are never to be removed again. Lass, you're looking at it all wrong. You're going to remove those shoes one day, yeah? And that's what you're going to persevere towards. Verily. I think she let out a brief, quiet laughter. Ah, Manager Esquire. Perchance, is there aught that thou concealest from my knowledge? What do you mean? I don't think so? It's no coincidence that, at this very moment, I noticed Foss looking in my direction. I don't know if I made the right choice here, but Foss nodded lightly as though to say that I did. I stopped hesitating, and the tick-tocking noise came to a stop. Very well then. However, I cannot help but admit that I feel some degree of anxiety as I watch Don Quixote walk away as though nothing had happened. Oh man, this sucks for Don. Do you think a failing La Mancha has enough blood to give to a
당연한
runner?
결과죠. 저는 선택받았으니까. 그렇겠죠?
No, not even remotely close. Oh, that got really depressing really quickly. By the way, that little story tick right here, I don't know why this does it to me. I was about to start, like, tearing up a little bit from... No, I was actually about to start crying a little bit from the somber nature of just Don Quixote wanted to, like, just take off Rocinante and touch the earth with her own feet, you know? Massard started drinking when he dipped. Yeah, he didn't even wait a day. The hierarchy. Well, now that that's over and done with, I would like the sinners to come gather around here. Hohenheim placed the sinners in a single file before him and began. Now, the regular checkup is complete. We finally have enough data to compare your pre-employment statuses to those of your current selves. Which means, indeed, we were able to measure your pre-employment combat capabilities as well. I don't know how. Oh, and what are your conclusions? Allow me to preface this by saying that there isn't much significance in establishing this particular hierarchy of power on a linear scale. Like I said, you're all equally mediocre at the present anyway. Oh, there's plenty of significance, alright. We've all got to know who's the big boss. While this is but a speculation of the worst case scenario, you must know which one of us has the most right and authority to lead the rest of the sinners in case our executive manager becomes, due to some unknown yet inexorable, whatever, circumstances, unavailable. Hey, I don't listen to anyone weaker than I am. Oh, Ryoshu. What if there was a reason I was the first one asked to introduce himself? There was a burgeoning interest among the sinners to see which of them would be at the apex of the scale, whether they be measured by their strengths prior to their employment. Hey, maybe before I lost my memories, even I... Dante, don't. It is interesting how every collective has a desire to get the clear picture of the pecking order. A negative expression of this desire may even lead to juvenile behaviors among children. For example, stealing their colleagues' lunches for meager reasons such as scoring higher than they did on a test. You're not speaking for personal experience, are ya? Oh, he definitely is. Employment? Isn't that a slur? Dante could clock everybody there. Virgil included? I wish. God damn it, that Chekhov had left his gun on the wall again. Thus, I believe that trying to conceal the outcome of the test from you would be quite meaningless. Each of your placements in that line you are standing in signifies that very order you were so curious to know. I do not wish to waste any more breath on this subject. There was a long, long silence. Then the sinners all simultaneously turned to look at the person standing at the frontmost position of the line. Oh? This has to be the longest, most awkward, most loaded silence I've ever felt in my life. Much did I wish to hold shrouded in my fathoms, yet I yearn still to convey that we are all more than meets the eye. That was the order, by the way. They were all lined up. I didn't notice the first time I watched this. I did notice that. I saw Dawn as second, but then I got confused. I'm like, wait a minute, I'm missing somebody in this list. Yet there remains a certain abundance within my heart. Perhaps the test of this day painted a picture of both of my qualities. Thus spoke I, Yi-Song. Yi-Song. I will place trust in the faith that all of you shall one day sprout wings as I have. Yi-Song, it's the other way around. Ah, yes, the line was made from my point of view. Oh. Dawn is not first. From here, the sinner wielding that oversized lance is the one in the front of this line. Oh. So I was right. Well, you said some cool words, though. We got this, right, Yi-Song? Well, this is quite the bashful occasion. Ahem, to be the center of such fervent attention of one such company. I wouldn't say fervent is the right word. Worried, maybe? I shall be vigilant. No one seemed to have any objections or doubt about who the strongest sinner was, given the earlier event. I mean, I don't mind it. I'd have no complaints about that anyway. Yi-Song was bragging like he was something. Bro probably dragged everyone down. Womp, womp, womp. I thought Sinclair was the weakest. Turns out Yi-Song was the weakest. On second thought, it appears that it would be best if we left the command to Ishmael as we have done so far. Altus mumbled through gritted teeth. Forsooth, I am in agreement. I am more partial to roles as a defending fixer or a squire. 'Tis off the case that such side characters enjoyed great popularity since time immemorial. Very happy to see this discussion not coming to blows. Now, are we all ready to move on from this? Wait a minute. Are we all forgetting something pretty important? That's just how the world works, Greg. No one remembers anyone in between the first place and the last place. I even forgot my own placement in the order. No, I mean, fellas, I wasn't even a part of the list. Wait, what? Oh, were you not? Who cares, mate? There's 12 of us. Some people just fall out of the radar. Big deal. Let's just get this on with it. Hey, you can't just disregard me like swatting away a fly. I guess somewhere around my level, probably. Or Heathcliff's. Ishmael replied in a voice that had clearly lost all interest in this discussion. What? Gregor wasn't ranked. Potential man. He really was our buggy block. Oh no, poor Gregor. So wait. He was never in that lineup at all? Like, not even one time? Come on, that's so fucked. Ah, you're the sinner with that bizarre insectoid arm. We had no choice but to place you in the least favorite category of all researchers. Exceptions. Ugh. Ugh. Oh, her too? You suck. Why? I woke up Zoe. Foss, her too? They really hate that. In other words, you are a unique case that cannot be well placed in a list or a scale. To do so would be irresponsible. I'd say you carry a certain potential. What? That, potential, is it? Does that mean that I could be first place if all goes well? It could very well be the reverse, given the definition of potential. Let not this quarry harrow your mind, Gregor. Your day will come. Feels funny, getting counseled by the guy who plays last. Oh my god, dude. They really did Gregor dirty there. Buggy bloke will beat the crap out of Virgilius. Gregor is potential man. I thought it was Heathcliff who was potential man. Am I wrong about that? New classification codes. After some time passed, next we must discuss the classification numbers. We have been assigning risk levels for distortions, just as we have for our maladies. The observation logs you have written for us were of great help, of course. My research struggled to parse the handwriting of certain sinners, however, but it was good data all the same. That's Sunshower, Heath? Oh yeah, Sunshower. Then, wait, who the hell is Potential Man? Do I have Potential Man? Have I ever seen Potential Man? They once had a 3-hour debate over a letter. Even that bloody governess gave up trying to fix my handwriting. Heathcliff grinned proudly and wiped the side of his nose. As you must all be well aware, the current system of classification numbers has a rather significant oversight. Because abnormalities were creations of the former L Corp, our classification system had to be lifted from their whole system. However, the criteria by which the former L Corp measured the risk levels was the amount of their energy production. Yep. As a correlation of sorts, it was often the case that the more aggressive abnormalities produced more energy, but their destructive capabilities were not a part of the criteria despite the correlation. And I will argue to this day that I never liked that. There's an ID as a gameplay mechanic, not story-wise. Oh. That is why certain abnormalities were assigned relatively lower risk levels despite their potential to kill even multiple higher-ranking employees. Yep. Eventually he'll be good. Eventually. They were an energy company at the end of the day. It makes sense that their priority would be to measure the energy output. However, here, both abnormalities and distortions must be suppressed via direct confrontation. Thus, the former L Corp's classification system is rather incongruent with our purposes. I once heard someone say that we should be wary of people who drone on in the intro. Thus, it became necessary for us to reorganize the distortion's risk level and classification codes. Wow, how interesting. So whose job is that going to be? I am rather taken aback by the naivety with which you asked me that question. Us. It's us. Sinners without the right to refuse, was it? Wait a sec, aren't you just offloading your own work onto us? A privilege given to researchers. Oi, oi, don't be so ignorant, yeah? This is all just to, in order to research the distortions, right? We gotta... the other way around, assistant. We've got to do research into distortions in order to solve them better. It's elementary shit. Elementary shite. Hohenheim's really got you wrapped around his finger, you know? According to the LCD on-site investigative reasoning team leader, the progression of a distortion is much like that of a disease. The fate of an abnormality awaits at the end of a distortion phenomenon, after all. When a distortion progresses into an abnormality, all pre-existing individuality is erased, replaced with the totality of an abnormality. Thus, it is impossible to bring back a distortion that is already transformed into an abnormality. It will no longer have that reversibility that they once had in the distortion phase. So a distortion like that Time Ripper fellow will eventually become an abnormality too, if left untouched? If you're referring to subject HE6P, what the heck? HE6P PI 2001, then yes. What? This is simply a prediction, of course, because that particular subject isn't contained here. I cannot say with absolute certainty that its progression into an abnormality will be observed. Hold on a minute. They added a lot more to that than I feel like. I can't read that. I can't even diagnose that. We can change anything. A correct assessment. Oh, didn't Limbus Company collect the Time Ripper? We hoped we would, but T-Corp was very adamant about their claim over the entity, to the point where they refused to even sit at the negotiation table. I found their time-ripping ability quite fascinating, but sometimes I must know when to cut my losses, I suppose. Wait, so that he-something is the new classification code format? Indeed, because it is so difficult to identify and observe the origin and the shape of a distortion, we decided to forego that information and instead replace them with their sin affinities and the expected damage scale. Sin affinities, PL must refer to Apegrixs, sloth. It appears that the classification now mimics the classification of the Pecatula. They do indeed follow the same thought process. If we're being technical here, I wouldn't say it mimics it. It would be more accurate to say that as the Pecatula are at once the origins of the distortion phenomena and its byproduct, the affinities can be transferred one-to-one. What's the expected damage scale? Combat capability, I'm guessing. I remember them saying that the risk levels were determined based on the enkephalin production rate, which is not the most meaningful information to us who have to fight them directly. It was a tad inconvenient to put a nebulous idea like combat capabilities into a singular numerical scale of power. Certain entities have idiosyncrasies and variables that may make such linear measures quite meaningless. So instead, we decided to measure the expected amount of damage that Limbus Company personnel might suffer should they engage these entities in battle. While this timer poses very little threat against the sinners due to your idiosyncrasies, the unique nature of the weapon means they can immediately deal a nigh fatal blow to anyone from the LCC department with a single strike. That is why this distortion was given a rather high expected damage scale of 6, from a scale of 1 to 10. Please do note that this is not a perfect system and these values are only there as references. Fair enough. Will this standard be applied to abnormalities as well? We have plans to do so, yes. Risk levels and expected damage scales will be coming before their classification codes. Speaking of which, I have something to show you all. What is it? What else other than the monolith? One with the highest potential value among Limbus Company's businesses. Thus, the development of transportation, management, and processing methodologies of the monolith is a growing achievement indeed. The artifact, by its very nature, poses a great danger. I hesitate to embrace its use so willingly. A great danger, but wouldn't you say that we are beset by danger at all times? The arbitrariness... Oh my god, the big word day. The arbitrariness, I can't fucking say that word, in deciding how dangerous something is comes from the degree in which it poses a risk. As you must already know, the monolith here is a device that can force a distortion. Arbiter? No, arbitrary, something like that. It is scattered throughout the city just like the Golden Bow, at first only in possession of the fingers and the syndicates of the backstreets, to now being collected by companies both large and small and nameless, like a plague. We also learned that they become rather high priority targets for some wings out there. As luck would have it, we managed to begin our research, expedition, and collection of the monoliths much earlier than the others. Now we are already at the stage in which we may partake in the processing and the sale of these artifacts, expanding our business ventures. You could say that we narrowly avoided the very unsavory fate of having to tussle with the wings for the possession of these artifacts. Because we may have had to confront the wings directly were that the case. That would suck. Asking out of pure curiosity here, what would happen if we were to ever assign a city threat level? Ishi, how about we don't ask questions we don't ever want to find out the answers to? I mean, what if we, due to some contractual shenanigans, end up going against the associations? I think it'd be good to know ahead of time, just in case. Seems like a question worth entertaining to me. Let's see. From Canard to City, the Star of the City, I suppose your assignment would be somewhere between Urban Plague and Urban Nightmare. You guys weren't kidding. You guys were actually not joking. It's because you saw this, so you were like... You already knew where to rank them. Not really, no. Not Star of the City yet, are we? It almost sounds as if you want to be given a threat level. It is true that you, upon first sight, due to your revival powers and the potential of the identity technology, may appear to pose a rather troublesome risk. However, you have a very clear and obvious weakness. Hi, Dante. The sinners are growing stronger by the mission. I guess, yeah. Indeed, all of our advantages will be moot upon the manager's death. Hohenheim slowly turns around to look at me, prompting Foss and the other sinners to follow suit. What if we protected them, though? How can you against another color fixer? I'm impressed by your optimism, given the kinds of enemies you have faced thus far. We don't even need to go so far back in time to discuss the incidents with the fixer Siegfried or Big Brother Ricardo I read from your reports. Should the third sinner suddenly seek to attack the manager with her full might, do you truly believe that the rest of you would be enough to protect them? No, it would not be. How many times has Dante been close to death? And that's just like... Siegfried was only interested in killing the sinners. And Ricardo was like... He actually went after me. And then we had Don Quixote going for the killing blow on us. Jeez. No, the flow of this world is what the manager that the manager will be preserved. There's no such thing that may come no such thing may come to pass. That's enough, Hohenheim. Any further divulgence, and Foss will open a disciplinary committee to discuss the consequences of your careless words. Not there yet, are we? Very well. Whichever is the case, you do not have the potential to become a Star of the City threat at some time in the future, but do remember that it would be best if you could avoid that unfortunate designation. And please, don't forget that it is only true so long as you have Limbus Company's backing. I was gonna say, yeah, what the hell does Hohenheim know? Apparently he knows a lot more than I thought he did. Clearly knows a lot more. Oh god, it's a fucking mirror dungeon related thing. It's dungeon boss? Aw, oh, hell. The only one I don't like in this team is Hong Lu, but I'll just leave him for last. Ricardo was fucking around when our asses got saved by Indigo. True. We're almost done with the regular checkup. Finally, we have a chance for you to overcome an adversity based on what you have learned thus far. And for me to prove my hypothesis. What hypothesis is he talking about? No need to worry, my hypotheses have never been wrong, most of the time. This experiment is entirely my own design and supervision, and I will faithfully follow my own pure curiosities and instincts as a researcher. Guys, I have a feeling we're not gonna like where this goes. Now, do you see this monolith here? Yep, I do. That's a monolith, alright, but... don't you worry. My researchers will be the ones to activate the artifact. Activate the artifact? Not on you. Relax. I understand that none of you would be willing participants in this experiment. I swear, if you're gonna force us to distort saying that we have no right to refuse or something, I'm gonna... Yeah, hang on. I can't let you do that, even as your assistant. Yes, but if you must, we are willing to send the weakest sinner among us for... forget I said that. That was foolish of me to say. Damn, Altus, not even 5 minutes. I will be the subject of the experiment myself. You're going to distort yourself? Am I hearing you right? I am not hearing that right. Aren't you curious to see what kind of distortion you'd end up becoming? I'm sure this is the question you have all entertained at least once. No, I ain't curious. It ain't a very pleasant experience either. Stop gritting your teeth like that, assistant. It will have an adverse effect on your long-term dental health. What if you just end up turning into a Pekatulum? You could end up becoming a Pekatulum, just another one of the fodder we slaughtered on our way through our test earlier. You're risking that? It is indeed a possibility. It would signify nothing more than my very own limitations. Just a mediocre shell. If such an incident comes to pass, these employees will transport me to a containment unit. We even made a bet on what kind of Pekatulum I would turn into. He bet on a Goulet, I on Invididae, and her on a I can't say these names, man. Pigariche? But how could you? Think about it like this. If I were to become a Pekatula, it would be akin to losing at a game of chance. Of course, that what counts as a loss may depend on what I, at that precise time, consider to be losing, but the mere fact of turning into a Pekatulum reaves me at any value to life. I'd say he was being too hard on himself, but that felt like too simple of an expression to describe his tone. The gamble never stops. They're gambling to see what he winds up as. That's so... I can't even. But if I was gonna guess, I would say... I honestly, pride. I would guess pride. The company would most likely attempt to transport me to a containment unit, but I disagree with that decision. I would like to ask you to dispose of me on the spot. I am well aware that I'm not the kind of congenial person who earns others' favor at first meeting, if at all. I also don't believe that our brief relationship has been the most amicable kind. Therefore, I see little reason why you would hesitate to cut me down. Of course, sinners with gentle hearts like this young Sinclair here may express certain distaste against this decision. But once I become a Pekatulum, it may as well mean that Hohenheim, the entity, has ceased to be. So I hope no unnecessary emotions like guilt clouds your judgment in killing the Pekatulum. A mere byproduct. I'm gonna guess a charge-related one? I still think pride. But what if something unexpected happens? We're talking about your life here. Don't you have any manuals with backup plans, or... This is a very simple matter. Nothing more than a coin flip, heads or tails. It appears that you are still insisting on your absurd 50-50 theory. I am a researcher who wishes to humiliate the field of mathematical statistics, unlike the general lay of the academia. I believe that there is a certain romanticism to research. It is much more exciting to run as many tests and gain as many samples as we can than to be stuck behind a desk, poring day and night over books and paper, isn't it? I heard something crash behind me. I'm thinking something about Tremor and Poise. I mean, she has a charge off it. If it's tails, then you may dispose of me immediately, and the employees here would take care of the rest. Don't forget to destroy the key inside that coat pocket, and the files inside my cabinets, for example. Yes, we remember. If we were to successfully distort, we would be halfway to success. If I were to successfully distort, we'd be halfway to success. For the first time, I am feeling quite the envy for you all. I wish I could be witness to my very own distortion. Huh. If you've been paying attention to my lectures, perhaps you could even come up with a classification code for my distortion too, going by the standards we have discussed earlier. Not that I have a very high expectation that you would. I've recently come to a realization that people nodding along to my words is not a signifier of comprehension, but instead an expression of societal niceties. Nods. Then the manager here will open the entrance to my Dungeon of the Fathoms, and you will progress through the Mirror Dungeon, as you have always done when facing a distortion, to reach into its deepest fathoms to face my distortion once again. I wish you the best of luck in your suppression efforts. Hexasection. And once you've made it that far, it is likely you will find me unconscious, or if luck would have it, conscious. Unconscious? Are you sure this is safe? A degree of case-by-case variance is to be expected. It may take some time for a full recovery, but it will happen should you succeed. That reminds me, that's how this bamboo-headed Kim was brought back as well. Bamboo-headed Kim? He's recovered? He is safely contained within our facilities. It seems that they are ready to activate the monolith. I am confident that I, even as a distortion, will be quite the exceptional specimen. Hang on, just like that? You're not a Pekatulum. Indeed. And I... Oh, and I can still hear them. Oh, what the fuck is this? Yes, I remember, I still do. I know he'll be back, but gosh, this is pretty unnerving. Don't worry, we'll bring him back, no matter what. The manager says we will bring him back no matter what. Sure sounds like a dependable sort, this manager of yours. Very well, please, take a look at this. Is this a note? Did he write us tips on how to do this or something? He says that all you have to do is read what's on the note in front of his distortion. Apparently it's some kind of a code. I don't think he'll hear anything but ticking noises from me. Can you read this, Mersalt? It would be done as you commanded. Mersalt nodded and began to read the words from the note aloud. Lobotomy Corporation, 5 minutes, potentiality, anticipation, right hand. Huh? The moment Mersalt uttered them, the all too familiar portal began to appear around Hohenheim's distortion as though they were a key to a door. Scattering shards of familiar yet alien sights appeared intermittently beyond the shimmering veil. Hohenheim had already entered the portal as we stood there gawking, but we could still hear his voice echoing through the laboratory. I suppose I'll be forced to share my past here, the past I never wanted to share, the past no one cares to learn about. It is something I must endure for the sake of this experiment. However, I needed to expose every little detail of it. Oh. I know something about books. Isn't that the guy from Library General Receptions, the bamboo guy? Bamboo-headed Kim, I know who that is. And I like Bamboo-headed Kim, even if he was only around for a little bit. It's all in the past now anyway, isn't it? What is going on over there, dude? What is going on everything? Fucking mirror dungeons. Can never escape the mirror dungeon. Can never fucking escape the mirror dungeon, can I? Hohenheim's Fathoms. Oh, my throat's gonna die. We're at the starting point of the Dungeon of the Fathoms. We found ourselves in a room that appears to be a workshop of ego gears. If you have scored below 100% synchronization rate in the aptitude test, only take a single ego from here. An ominous warning sign greets us all, and the same word repeats ceaselessly from the speaker. The sinners all go take a look, enticed by the sign telling us that we can pick up ego gears here, but what we will find there are ego gifts. Wow, these ain't ego gears, these are them gifts or something, right? It appears the ego are manifest here in the shape of ego gifts. Can't we just take them all? This is a Dungeon of the Fathoms, as it differs from the usual mirror dungeons. It is highly advisable that its rules are followed. What should we do? I said we just take... Oh. Does it actually give you an option to take any... Oh, just whatever you want to take. Take the Flaming Gauntlet, take the combat boots with spiky bits on him, take the cleaning solution spray. How about this cleaning solution? Oh. I want the boot. I want the spiky boot. This one seems best suited for the situation we're in. Spiked combat boot. On clash with the base attack skill that inflicts rupture, potency, or count. Damn. I don't think I have anyone that inflicts rupture. Whatever. Top up.
와일드 헌트야.
Is this green stem? I don't know. The hell is this? What's going on with them? Good, it appears that I can censor these with my own will, at least to a degree. What? I'm drinking more water right now because my fucking throat is dying on me. Do yourselves a favor and drink water as well. You might need it. Your mission here is to classify my distortion, reach the end of this dungeon of the Fathoms, and bring me back. Your mission, however, does not involve digging into my past. It appears that we have a passing familiarity with this place. You. Us. What is it that they seek to convey? I don't believe any level of proper communication would be feasible given that you are in a dungeon of the Fathoms. Well then, do something about it. I regret to tell you that the settings of this dungeon is out of my hands. Had it been up to me, I would have manifested a place that was much more fascinating than this, like that library, if able to have every book in the existence. I would not want to have the... I feel like the library would kick all of our asses extremely badly if you fathom that up. You used to work for the Lobotomy Corporation? One of my past careers, yes. Us. Diplomacy did not seem to be an option here. The censored people had brandished their weapons threateningly and stood in our path. What? Looks like we're gonna have to take them down if you're gonna make any progress here. Can't be helped. Let's get ready for a fight. He's fucking setting Lobotomy Corporation dudes at us? Is that what I'm getting from this?
Limbus Company Even.
Censored Lobotomy Corp. Level 3 agent. Oh, wow. Oh, sorry. I was looking at the skills, but I was like seeing if there's actually something I could glean from them. I would not want to fight the Red Mist, the Black Silence, and the Purple Tear at the same time. Yeah. Fathoms the library. The sinners start hearing guitar riffs. It's Gebera. Oh god, it's Gebera. If the target does not have Rupture, Clash Power +1. That's cute. Target has 5 Rupture, Coin Power +1 in Rupture. Coin Power +1 for every 3 Rupture. And gain shield for every 5 Rupture on the target. Heal HP equal to the remaining shield. Cool. On hit, heal 5 HP, 50% chance to inflict bleed. If the unit is targeted by 2+ units, gain protection, clash power up, and plus coin boost. Oh wow. Turn start at less than 0 SP, heal a random SP between 5 to 20. What the fuck? When hit, gain clash power and haste next turn. Censored Temperance. Oddly Uncanny Lantern. Gain 1 fragile for every identity to target this unit, max 5. If all enemies attack this unit, attack weight +1. Gain offense level equal to the number of enemies when this unit... Gain offense level equal to the number of enemies. When this unit heals, heal 5 additional HP. What the hell? The hell? The hell? What do you mean struggling? Oh. Yeah, fair enough.
떨거지는 잘라낸다.
왜 안에 갇혀 죽어라.
敵に対して大きな打撃を与えました。
Wow, we knew Altus were gonna lose that. By the way, does their armor look a little familiar? A little bit familiar? Like Punishing Bird familiar or something? I don't know, it looks like Punishing Bird's armor. I know it's censored, and it's not letting me look at it. But it looks a little bit like Punishing Bird's, like, armor.
ドクターのように優れた
The fucking hammer, though. Who the fuck had a hammer in Logcorp?
これがリンバスカンパニーの
무기를 만드는 것만큼 내가 어버이보다
また
뛰어나.
一つ学ばせてい
The
ただきま
convict
した
dude? That's all I remember who had a hammer that was early off the bat.
죄인인가?
Lamp?
산소를
Oh, yeah.
방해하고
Yeah, that's why it said uncanny lamp. Dude, my throat can't handle much more. I'm about to crash. I'm about to crash. My throat's about to crash. We came across a group of researchers passionately poring over various documents. They're having a debate about two subjects, emotion and flame. Regular flames don't seem to hurt the abnormalities very much, so why does this work, I wonder? Perhaps a greater degree of wrathful emotions opens up the room for the fire's heat to touch abnormalities and distortions, both entities of the unknown. They must have noticed us listening into their conversation intently. One of them approaches us with a glint in their eyes. Are you the sample who's agreed to this experiment? If so, try this on. In the researcher's hand was what looked like an ignition plug, or a testing machine of sorts. Sure. Let's become the samples. Who's gonna step forth and become a sample? You're gonna become a sample. Congratulations. Oh, what an interesting reaction. Decent synchronization rate as well. Maybe the researcher liked what they saw? After scribbling their observations into various papers, the researcher let Versalt go. Versalt took off the gear and presented it before the researcher returned it, but they simply shook their head in response. That gear seems to fit you perfectly. Take it with you. Re-ignition plug. Congratulations on your heal. And your SP. What is this? Base attack skills that inflict burn count also deal 20% damage. I don't have anyone who does burn right now in this party, unless I switch to Fire Fist Gregor. I could do that. So, how do we know this guy is actually distorted? He doesn't sound any different from his usual self. The sanity degradation due to distortion effects, every subject differently. I mean, yeah, but censoring his own fathoms? But Hohenheim, you're in a dungeon of the fathoms. You will see through it with Dante's power, whether you want to show us or not. You make a fair assessment. How about this, then? If you are to see them anyway, allow me to save you the trouble and give you a quick rundown instead. Come visit me as soon as you finish watching my tale. This tale began when that man walked into my laboratory. Yes, I had a personal laboratory all to myself. One of the few perks of being an elite researcher. This guy's just telling the story however he wants to, isn't he? Hohenheim. Mr. Hohenheim. Let me think. I don't quite remember what he looked like. Something like this, perhaps? Ah, whichever is the case, I was planning to censor his appearance anyway. What the hell is this? Hey, I wanted to talk to you about something. Stop, are you here to express your displeasure with me? The what now? If you are, do let me know from the get-go. I had a feeling it was about this time this would happen. 3 months, not a bad record for working without a workplace conflict. Oh, if this is about quitting, then you would find a much better audience among the Human Resources team. No, I mean, I'm just here to thank you. For picking me, some dude from the back streets to work here. Heard it was you who made the hiring decision. I don't know how to put this, but you're the only one who saw my... what's the word? Yeah, my potentiality. You saw something that no one's cared to look into before. Know what I mean? Ah, but it had nothing to do with something so grandiose like its potentiality. A wing does not hire people from the backstreet for something so insignificant. While this information has never been publicly available, Lobotomy Corporation's primary criterion was trauma. Is that true? I feel like it is. That's 100% what it is, right? Candidates with horrible, insurmountable trauma were often favored by the company. Jeez. And in an indirect way, it was only natural that they would begin to favor candidates who originate from the backstreets. Your greetings are acknowledged, Jimmy. Now feel free to leave my office. I ain't Jimmy. Anyways, I've been meaning to ask, Mr. Hohenheim, why do you always enjoy being alone? It may come as a surprise to you, but I am a very adept at spending my time all on my own. It is one of the hundreds of distinguishing features that set me apart from ordinary man. Gotta harvest energy from the employees. It doesn't matter where the energy is coming from. Abnormalities. I forgot what the hell I forgot what they were called. The thing that happened in LobCorp during certain times. Noon, dusk, those things. Midnight. Ordeals, there we go. From ordeals. Doesn't matter if it's from ordeals, doesn't matter if it's an abnormality, doesn't matter if it's human. You're getting your energy harvested. Say, don't you need someone to be like your loyal right-hand man? My right hand is doing just fine, thank you very much. That doesn't mean literally. Do you believe in potentialities, Hohenheim? What an unrelentingly stubborn employee he was, even in hindsight. Thanks to you, I do, and I've been thinking, if I keep at it, maybe one day I might even find myself living large in a nest, changing my world little by little. Kinda like how, a thing like me managed to snag a position here at Lobotomy Corporation. So I'm thinking here that I want to stick around in your circle. To bring about such drastic changes in one's life is in the realm of a feasibility for an exceptional researcher like myself, indeed. But you are, like most of the rabble, painfully average in most qualities, and therefore unlikely to be the moving force in that change. I have no faith in universal things like potentialities. I have faith in myself and myself alone. Besides, I'm not very partial to mathematical statistics like the probability theory anyway. So I would like to keep both my right and left hands as my own. Have a nice day. Want to know something about me? I'm the kind of guy who doesn't really think about things. Actions before deliberation, you get me? Thoughtless and carefree. Possibly the only merit to be found in those who originate from the backstreets. Or was that a thinly veiled threat of physical assault? No, I'm talking about the new Abdo that just got shipped here. It's a tricky one to manage, I'll tell you what. It means your mind screwing up all kinds of strategies or whatever, as long as it's based on hard logic. Want to shoot for the Department of the Year award together? You seem to be rather skilled in the art of transactions. One of the few merits found in those who originate from the back streets, damn. I will admit, I suppose I was overcome by a certain ennui back then. And in hindsight, it was foolish of me to engage in such inane conversations. You, Lee, us. The remnants of my past come to haunt us. Perhaps it is I whom they truly wish to hurt. Oh god. My throat hurts. It's dry. I can't keep myself.
Limbus Company の皆さんとご一緒できて本当に嬉しいです。
I feel like my throat's about to die, for real, for real. The weakness of my flesh.
このまま行けば敵を
The weakness of my flesh not having a voice acting, huh?
効果的な攻撃でした。サンタさんの側転とても効果的でした。
At least we can look forward to finishing this and going for gacha rolling. The gamble never stops! It doesn't stop!
눈높이를 낮춰라.
Oh, that was fast. That was faster than I thought it was going to be. Is this going to pop up in my merit dungeons now? This specific, like, Intervallo? It's finally here, the Department of the Year award. Indeed, I have finally done it. With some minor assistance from you, of course, and some other employees. Come on, admit it. don't you notice that a lot more employees are saying hello, good morning, and what have you to you in the hallways compared to when your reputation was a bit, it's all because I'm just that good of a right-hand man. I will admit that your intuitive and spontaneous eye was of some assistance when it came to identifying certain observations among abnormalities. This is the potentiality I was talking about, man. The same thing you saw in me when you decided to get me on board. Apologies for ruining the moment, but the next few years quickly and busily flew by without much trouble. Of course, we picked up ourselves a few more Department of the Year awards, some promotions, and some collaborative researches. Yet all things must come to an end. The infamous fall of Lobotomy Corporation, for one. You left us. So I don't suppose you have any trouble hazarding what they're all telling me, even as the words come out fragmented. You left us. Nothing but words of endless resentment. You left us behind. The fall of the former L Corp. I remember when Miss Yuri told us. The site crumbled in an instant, trapping the employees in there with the abnormalities. Seriously? What is this sound? The whole structure is quaking. What the hell is... Initiating site burial in 100 seconds. 100 seconds is all they had? Any remaining employees must immediately evacuate the structure. Counting down. 95. 94. The escape pods to the surface are here, but there's only one seat left. They're saying that the next one's in 5 minutes. I... Listen closely. At the risk of sounding rather callous, I must inform you that the chance of survival in cases of crises such as this is usually granted only to a very small minority of those affected. Some who prioritize the fairness of the process may settle on primitive methods such as drawing lots to see who gets to escape. And in more barbaric groups, the survivor will be decided by none other than the rule of might. However, I am glad to find myself among those who are on the side of intelligence, so I make this argument a suggestion before you. Compare yourselves whose sole final purpose in life is clinging to your mediocre office jobs and making good on your debt payments. And me, who has produced several groundbreaking epochal theses and research results at such an early age, whose life in your eyes is of greater worth. Wow. I didn't give a shit, I guess. I wonder what the protocol for the U-Corp is. Yes, and that is how this tale ends. The compound collapsed 90 seconds later. I left the employees of my department behind and boarded the escape pod elevator and survived. How could you? Without even a hint of remorse? Wrath is a hideous emotion. I am here today only because I have maintained a cold, rational head. The L-Corp branch within Hohenheim Dungeon of Fathoms begins to crumble. It almost appeared as though his heart was crumbling as well. Oh, now that that's over with, I invite you to come face me, the Distortion. And that experiment will come to an end. But just finding and defeating his Distortion in a fight, I don't think that'll bring him back, I just know it. I agree. We're still in deep waters here. This can't possibly be all there is to it. We have to find out more about the past for Hohenheim. Especially because look how much we still have to go through. We see the Fey Lantern within the containment unit. A cyan-hued fairy flutters toward the wiry ancient branches of the tree and softly lands on one of them. The branch seating the fairy sways as though to entice us to get closer to them. Bright, countless yellow eyes glimmer from the shadows beneath its roots. What a beautiful specimen, this Fey Lantern. Have you finished your observations? We've been learning a lot about the abnormality recently. There's still a lot of unknowns, but still. Speaking of which, here's a pop quiz. What ego gift can you get from the Fey Lantern? Do you think I fucking know the answer to that? I don't even think I even knew the answer to this one. Like, at all. Do you know? No, I don't. I'm gonna go with Midwinter Nightmare. Right in the money. You know your Fey Lantern. But that's not all. Recently it's been giving out these things too. I reflexively click. Oh. Take this with you. I'm just glad to have run into a kindred soul. You receive a bony twig. It seems to have come directly from the Fey Lantern itself. Twigs. This is a ruptured dungeon for sure. Oh god, guys, my voice is dying. Maybe I should get a cough drop. Maybe that'll help me out a little bit. No, it won't. I already tried that. Oh, hey, it's the Pekatulum. Haven't seen you guys in a minute. What are you doing, Zoe? Audio? Sorry, that was me gargling water. What, did that sound like audio problems? No, I was gargling water, you guys. It's not a big deal. First SQ, then this. I blame my crappy throat. Which is why doing a feminizing... I can't talk anymore either. Which is why doing a feminizing of my voice is so damn difficult, because my voice just throws apart. No, the game sounds like it's through a 70s mic. There was an audio issue with the stream. Is it still happening? Because I didn't do anything to the microphone. Still being the same. Or are you talking about this noise that I can make? That noise. Game audio is whack? Eh? 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 Oh, it is whack. Oh. It sounds a bit off, doesn't it? Let's just go into another one. Does it sound okay now? Still bad. Ooh, I even hear it. I even hear it on my stream. I'm like, what happened? I don't think I've ever had Limbus Company do that to me before. I don't think there's anything I can do about it, right? That's a lot better. Yeah, no, I decided to turn it off because I'm like, what do you guys mean? And then I listened to my own stream and it's like the audio channel just fucking died. Like that specific audio channel, I mean. And I don't know what caused that. I've never had that happen before. I mean, we're talking about a video game, for goodness sakes. And it's not like I could just, like, pause the dungeon either, right? You could try resetting Limbus. Is it gonna let me in the middle of a Dungeons of the Fathom? Because I will do that. I will happily do that to reset Limbus. That's the first time that's ever happened. Oh good, we can actually save progress. Alright, let's do that. Yay, we get to reset the game. First time I ever had to do that on stream. Or something never happens, actually. It never happens. Bum 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 bum. Alright, let's see. Settings, audio, bring that back. How does this sound?
퍼레이드 연습실의 땅울림. 더는 두고 볼 수 없어. 굶주린 가족들이
Sounds fine now.
어버이의 꿈에 갇혀 사는 건.
Kinda neat how you could just resume this. I like that. Several messy, frantic letters are carved into the wall with knives. I can practically feel the sheer horror and desperation of their writers from the wild letters. Upon close inspection, the deep marks tell a tale written in terror. They're swarming us and the monsters that hear them are breathing. They're going to kill us all. Save me, please. Someone, anyone save me. I don't want to die, please. Fear is what drives men to madness. The monsters are near. I can feel the rumble of their feet. They are coming. There were unfinished sentences written on the wall. Death has carved deep marks between them. Look around. Let's look around some more, because you always look around. You would absolutely not do that in a horror movie. Who's gonna do a check? You are. Noticing something, Don Quixote points to an area on the wall. There's a small crack between the countless scribbles of letters. I carefully reach my hand in the opening and... Aha! I can feel the tip of my fingers brushing against a card. Someone must have hidden it there. This might come in handy later. All allies are healed back to full HP. We got an operation card too. During the encounter, when an ally retreats or is defeated, randomly apply 3 offense level between all identities at the start of next turn. 2 times. You're really expecting me to have a lot of depth or something, Jesus. Aw, my party got reset.
왕의 행진이다.
We arrived at the entrance of Hohenheim's laboratory. This may be my final order to you. Either suppress me and return safe and sound to where you came from, or fail the suppression, place me in the containment unit, and perhaps you can observe what happens next. That's when Heathcliff suddenly strode forward. Hohenheim, do you still believe in that potentiality? I do. It's what keeps me going. You only hire researchers from the back streets, don't you? I heard from them earlier. They told me that you're a right pompous bloke, but thanks to you they can continue to research and believe there might be things in the world that's worth working toward. He doesn't even know what to say to that. Ooh, what a cool looking guy. Compression. Poise, tremor. Poise, tremor. Oh, so that's why you're picking poise, tremor. Encounter start. Apply one subject of observation on all enemies, then gain poise, potency, and count, equal to the number of units with subject of observation. Cute. Max stack of 30. Turn start, gain 3 stacks. Starting from this turn after Lucina gain this effect. Gain 1 stack every time Lucina takes or deals damage with an attack skill against Distorted Hohenheim. Take plus stack times 4% damage from enemies. Deal more damage. Cannot be staggered from this effect. On turn 3, gain a new pattern and prepare to use a powerful skill. After turn 3 is over, the above effects activates when Lucina has 30 plus poise at turn end. Ew. No need to read Ooga Booga? I will Ooga Booga it then. Thought it'd be kinda neat to see what they did though. Oonga Boonga. Oh my god, my throat is struggling. This is why I didn't do long streams for Ace Attorney, because my throat couldn't handle it. I think it's because I just talked naturally too loud. Actually, I have a question for all of you. Your stream volume, what do you set it to when it's my streams? I'm curious. Do you have it full 100% all the way? Or do you have it like 50%? You stole all my SP. And you just gave us SP. You really are making us Ooga Boonga. Same as my other YouTube stuff. 40% usually. Yeah, I have everything at 100%. I don't know why. 20? Dang. What is my, like, computer volume set to? My speaker volume is 100%. Ooga Boonga. 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 Ooga Boonga. Ooga. Boonga. Ooga Boonga.
왕의 비율을 하사한다.
You know, I really should read what poise counts. What poise actually does. I always just thought more poise, more crit. But I don't know what count does for poise. Boost crit chance by 13 times 5% for the next 41 hits. Oh. So it's always 5% for crit. Makes sense. Trigger extinguence. Wow, what a cool attack. And you staggered somebody, you bitch. Bam, bam. What plagues your mind, manager? Your suppression effort seems to be smooth sailing. It is exactly as you have seen, manager, save for a few parts that were censored. I concealed nothing from your view. I don't believe I have committed any wrong by escaping that place alone, leaving the others to be buried there. That's what you believe? Of course, it may be reprehensible from a moral standpoint, but why would anyone ever look at that from that perspective, manager? Especially when you are well aware that in the city, such a perspective is entirely irrelevant and worthless. You can feel his gaze on me. Like you said, the suppression is going well, but this feels wrong. That it shouldn't end like this. What should I tell him? What is Hohenheim trying to hide from us? What if you do feel like what you did was wrong? Think it's the poise passive. You're running away from something. Think it's the shield passive. There's another side to this story that you've told me. Think it's the SP passive. You're running away from something. Foss relayed my words to Hohenheim. Running away? An interesting point. But allow me to retort. My choice was not to run away. To deny and evade what has happened is too pathological a choice, isn't it? I am very well aware that the only way to solve a problem is to face it head on, which is another aspect of myself that sets me apart from the common man. When an issue arises, or in very rare cases, were I to find myself in a tumult of emotional nature, I first attempt to establish a logical explanation. I reconstruct what was perceived and regulate my emotions, expressing fury and anger as a plain waste of resources. But I must admit one thing, now that I have conducted some level of cold introspection, I will admit that I wasn't entirely mature to censor so much of my fathoms. Of course, this does not mean I will now remove the censored memories. My ego is not so feeble as to be shaken by a few words. I didn't really understand most of what Hohenheim was talking about, but I can't shake this thought that everything he's been saying was just an effort to distance himself from his own emotions. This is like the most high-functioning distortion I think I've ever seen. It doesn't even feel like a regular distortion fight, even in the slightest. Good job, Altus. You were dominating and you dominated nothing. Son! Joe! Kaboom! Casually. 430 damage. I love Sancho. I love her so much. Fighting the nerd. Hi, Sinclair. Welcome back. Yes, we're fighting the nerd. I was kind of hoping he would do a little more than this, but he's been very, ooga booga. It's been very ooga booga. And what were we expecting to do? He's never gonna change. What was I expecting would happen? Wow, 2 tails Mersault. You need to land heads, and he's got 45 SP. The escape pods of the surface are here, but there's only 1 seat left. They're saying that the next one's in 5 minutes. Look, I don't actually believe you hired me because you saw my potential or something like that. Yeah, we got the full image. But I want to believe that you found the hope and potentialities because of me. A hope and anticipation that we can make things better as long as we keep at it. I can't leave you all behind. I can't just save my skin not without everyone. This is what a right-hand man does, isn't it? Take my potentiality you found and rise. Take it with you to the surface. But you, Joanne, what about you, Joanne? Oh, maybe next time. Some other time. Wrath is a hideous emotion. This is why I did nothing at the entrance of that branch. Only remembering nothing more. Remembering the ones I've left behind. I can sense the Dungeon of the Fathoms slowly beginning to close. Sometime later. Oh, so he was actually... He didn't want to leave. I'm really tempted to get a mousepad on GamerSubs, but it's gonna be like 50... But it's gonna be like 50 BC for some reason. Shipping is $14, rounded up. Why not just get a custom-made one? Ah, I've returned, safe and sound. I'll go back, boss. To be frank, I once wished to be someone like yourself, Heathcliff. What are you talking about? You don't want Heathcliff to be like Heathcliff! Because it's not easy to put faith not in games of numbers, but in those slimmest potentialities of the world and continue to exist. I know it's not very befitting a researcher to be so, but it's quite the romantic attitude for a human to embody, is it not? Well, the experiment is over. It was a huge success, all thanks to us, right? No, it was a failure. I had established this hypothesis that the sole answer was to hold a firm belief in the self, and nothing else. Had my hypothesis been correct, I would have remained a distortion. Thus, I would like to extend my gratitude to all of you. Thank you for making me fail. It seems that the classification for my distortion was HE5SU. Disappointingly mediocre, but I don't suppose it can be helped. The world is a place where we must find the ray of potentiality among the mediocre, after all. Let us move on now. Mephistopheles is prepared to depart. Hohenheim's researchers waved at us. We'll meet again, right? Oh, no thank you. Everything is an end, so do consider this to be our final meeting. Now to the last exchange, this guy. The last thing we saw before the portal activated were the LCE researchers pushing up their glasses in our general direction. Though I'd only taken a step or two, the entire world around us seemed to transform, landing us back inside the transportation instrument. Now that I think about it, we didn't even get to learn why Gregor's bones made those cracking noises. All we learned from this experience is that sinners have all become mediocre, but they each held certain potentialities within themselves. Each of us mulling over the events at the LCE, we returned to the bus where Charon and Virgilius were waiting for us. I still love that Virgilius popped up, smacked Sancho once, popped his ego, and just went on a fucking rampage on the dude. What is this? Training ticket number 3, wow. Wow, that... Oh god, there's more Intervallos? Oh god, my throat's not going to be able to do it. Oh god. Guys, my throat is fucked. There's another Intervallo, Nocturnal Sweeping, and now we're in H-Corp? I like the music, but I guess that's going to be for next week. Sweeping! Sweeping? Oh, what was the name of that one, actually? Nocturnal Sweeping. Why do I get the feeling we're going to fight sweepers? The battle thing for this is a banger. Can't wait. We should do some pooling, by the way. I'm gonna do some of that lunacy. That paid lunacy. That paid lunacy. Okay, question. What do you guys think about these new identities? You said they both had spoilers, which means, of course, I'm never gonna be allowed to read the stories until we actually get through everything. Regardless of that fact, still gonna pull for them. Great generalists? What the hell was that? Flower, Gregor! The Garden of Thorns, Gregor. Potential ego? This is potential ego? We also got a, whatever that is. Cool. Falky is pregnant. No! Don't make me pregnant. I'm not interested in pregnant. You can get 2 power-ups for any affinity. Sounds interesting. Add 6 plus absolute resonance. Dupe Wade Dawn, dupe Wild Hunt. We get all the dupes. Better than whatever Ray does. Ray? She pulled like... I remember watching the clip of her wanting Netzach as the, She wanted Netzach so extremely badly as the announcer. I don't think I've ever met anyone who was so addicted to Netzach. Why does she love Netzach so much? Is it because he's just a failure?
항상 지켜보고 있었지.
Ooh. Red Eyes Ryoshu. Because Netzach is baller. I mean, I do like Netzach because I learned to like Netzach even more because of Roland. And that's not even up for debate. Just because of Roland, I appreciated Netzach so much more. Yeah, I was happy with that one. Oh man, we're finally going through all of our lunacy. We're gonna lose all our lunacy at this rate too. Too bad. I know. As a fellow Netzach enjoyer, I can vouch. The gamble has stopped. Has it stopped? He is a failure. Wall Pergies is soonish, up to 3 months. I'm not concerned about that too much. If I really want to, which to be honest, I do support Limbus Company and Project Moon in general, I will probably just buy Lunacy. Though I'm not going to be crazy and spend like $1,000 on Lunacy for this. That's just... At some point, that becomes a little too ridiculous, you know? So this is the last pool that I can do. Nothing. Oh well. My luck was bound to run out. We're already at 112. Ouch. Oh my god, you have a hay! What does this do? If main target speed is slower than users by 3 or more, coin power plus 4. Oh, fun. Indiscriminate. If main target speed is lower by 3 or more, final power plus 7. Oh my. And that's just on threat spin 1. So what happens if threat spin 2? If this unit healed more than 10% of its max HP this turn, gain attack power up. Cute. To be used with red eyes closed. Closed? There's a red eyes closed? Oh, the TEF version of it. Inflict 3 bind on target. Target has 3 bind, inflict coin plus drop. Target speed is slower than users, inflict 2 slash fragility. And bind flash fragility. I can't say that word right now. So you're supposed to use this with the other one? Or am I not seeing something here? Or maybe I misread that. Ah. Okay. There's a synergy. Close sets up big damage. I see. Yeah, I see. You're definitely eating up a lot of, I mean, you are setting up big damage, so can't complain about that. That's a new thing for Greg, in the form of, I can't tell, ego. That's what it was. A second wall ego. Alright, I'm sorry, a first wall ego. At 3+ highest resonance, attack weight +1, apply 1 corresponding sin affinity damage up and 1 corresponding sin affinity power up to 1+ number of highest resonance allies. Huh? I like how it costs 2 of everything. At 4+ corresponding resonance, apply 1 additional corresponding sin affinity damage up. After attack, heal 1 ally with the lowest HP percentage for 15% of their max HP. Minus heal? Highest resonance, -2 or more allies, max 3. That, I don't know what that means. I can't read that one for some reason. Inflict damage down. Inflict 2 bind. Inflict 1 fragility and 1 power down for the next sin affinity with the highest resonance. And the thing is, inflicts 2 rupture potency on a random enemy and focus on all parts. So this really, wait. So does the color on this thing change or something? Is that what I'm being, like, led to believe here? Or is this always gonna be orange? Look, I'm calling it orange because I still haven't memorized. I'm probably never gonna memorize the sin affinity. Always lust. Fun. Maybe we need to do like flashcards or something. Wrath, lust, I don't remember. Gluttony. Sloth, pride, envy. Is that right? Envy, pride, sloth, gluttony? What is yellow? Gloom. Oh, so then sloth is yellow, and that one is gloom. I'll get it right someday. I'll get it right someday. You guys should just like randomly post like in the Discord server the color, and let me see if I can remember how to do it. Look at the icons. My dude, I'm looking at the icons and I only see color. But I see what you mean by fire. I don't know what I'm supposed to get out of a DNA symbol. That looks like a rock. That's a leaf. That looks like a wave. What is a sword supposed to tell me? And what are thorns supposed to tell me? That's what I'm seeing. That's legitimately what I'm seeing. Fire, DNA, a rock, a leaf, a cloud baby, a sword, and thorns. Lust is DNA, but something about wish to propagate. Oh shit. Yeah, that's not much of a stretch. Okay, but what the hell about the rock? Oh, sloth, rock, rocks are sloths. Yeah, fair. Sloth is a rock, and it's said in the Intervallo it does not move until moved. Yeah. The leaf, though, that's a stretch for gluttony. A little bit of a stretch to me. Gluttony is also said in the Intervallo it wants to grow and grow. Ah, you know, it'd make more sense if this was a flower rather than a leaf then. Blue looks like water, forever sinking. I can get behind that one. But what the heck with Pride? It just looks like swords. I see 3 swords and like, and technically maybe even 5 swords. Pride is swords, the pride of conquering. Makes sense. And let me guess, the envy thing is what they mentioned in the Intervallo, where, when you see someone else get something that you were about to get, and you can't get it anymore, the envy stings, or something like that. Which is why they pick thorns, because thorns sting. Close enough? Close enough. Yeah, something like that. Also, they mentioned being zapped, so charge connection. Hey, works for me. I'm just happy I got another wall ego. But I don't know which one I'd like more. Do I like Unbrilliant Glory? Do I like Unbrilliant Glory more, or do I like Guardian of Thorns more? Honestly, I'd rather go with Unbrilliant Glory because I know how to use it. This one, I don't have fucking any idea how you're supposed to use this. I became lunacy poor all of a sudden.
퍼레이드 연습실의 땅울림. 더는 두고 볼 수 없어. 굶주린 가족들이 어버이의 꿈에 갇혀 사는 건.
Tempting. Let me quote people when Guardian is released. New Gregor ego is great except when being you. I mean, I like that it has a 20 base dice plus 10, but good luck setting that up. It's ass. So even the coin is, like, debatably good, then? Because, damn. Why does a resonant ego need every ego? Better than nothing. Yeah. I don't know, I have very little, like... I have very little, something. I have very little something. Worse than nothing, actually. Eats up scarce ego when corroding. Wait, how much does the corrosion cost? It doesn't eat anything more than 2. Unless you mean it keeps on eating 2 every time it attacks. Like 3 or 4 of every resource. Do I really actually have a near perfect balance of all my resources? That's shocking. Ego costs 1.5 times of sanity and ego resource. Oh. Did I never notice that? I probably never noticed that. Oh, since we're on the topic of, the next canto is Hong Lu's story, right? Do I have any reason to be using the Lord of Hong Yuan? Or should I be trying to get, like, a different, like, identity or something for Hong Lu? So I feel like using Hong Lu with that identity is gonna... I think it feels like it might be too easy? Wrong. Kanto 7 was Hong Lu's Kanto. I will say... I like how I managed to dodge every single 3-star for Hong Lu except for Lord Hong Lu. I don't have K-Corp, Dicey, you're a Devi. I don't have Full Stop. I don't even have R-Corp. I don't even Tang. There is some stuff better suited for watching on YouTube, not as a first experience. You get some unique interactions and lore behind Lord Lu. So using R-Corp might be better. R-Corp, huh? Can I even get R-Corp? But I think you'll have a better experience using someone else. You think R-Corp might be the better one? Standard fare? Or Dicey. I was kind of thinking in my head Dicey because... I don't know, just thinking about it. Dicey had a discard trick. Discard one skill at the highest rank in all of this unit's skill slots. Insight. Randomly discard 2 of this unit's skills in ascending order of ranks from all of its skill slots. The rank of this last skill discarded by the unit with this effect. Huh? When discarding a skill, gain damage up equal to the discarded skill rank. Okay. When other allies discard a skill, and if this ally's discarded skill rank is higher than this unit's insight value, this unit gains 1 insight. Discard skill 3, slot a defense skill, only use top skill. So you don't want to use your skill 3 because your skill 3 seems kind of weak in some capacities. You can't discard defense skills, so Honglu can keep 3 insight indefinitely. Oh. So that means he has 2 coin power on everything. Plus damage up. What about... Oh, no, that's Ring Yi-Sang. Sorry, I'm thinking of something else. Well, Ring Yi-Sang does sound like an interesting one to in my head, too. Do I have Ring? Yeah, I don't have Ring Yi-Sang. I saw this one pop up a lot. Then when skill 3 comes along again, you can discard the skill 3 with Gloom Resonance 3 and just get free damage up. Ring Yi-Sang is bullshit. Good thing I don't understand it. Deal 25% damage for every type of negative effect on this target. Oh! So that's where that damage is coming from. This identity only counts as an identity that inflicts bleed. This identity's skill that randomly inflict burn, bleed, tremble, rupture, and sinking do not count as skills that inflict each respective keyword. No, it's the skill 2. Clash power +1 for every 3 bleed on target, max 2. Clash coin power +1 for every 3 bleed count on target, max 2. 40% chance to reuse coin, 20% more chance to reuse coin for every type of negative effect on target, 2 times per skill. Excuse me? Inflict 1 bleed count. Inflict 3 count of one of the following effects. Effects selected at random. Huh? 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 Nani the fuck? Ring Sang can do like... $18 plus 28 plus 38 raw damage. And then reuse it. 2 more times maximum. When the hell did this come out? What? That kind of disgusts me a little bit, I'm not gonna lie. I remember watching recently a couple of the people going through Kanto 6, right? And they were just talking about how Rin Yi Sang was like the best identity they could ever have at that time. Only to be like overshadowed by Virgilius, obviously. No, that's the reuses. Oh my god. Yeah, no, I didn't realize he was that ridiculous. Which is interesting because I saw Ring Yi Sang and then I saw the FRS Ego for Yi Sang. And I'm like, okay, which one is better? Are they just both good? In total, it's 84 raw damage? That's just raw damage, man. Wow. For comparison, self-destructive purge is 90. Fire push is pretty trash. Well, I have a feeling that I'm gonna be forced to use Hong Lu in a lot of the Kanto 8 like missions? Stages. Pretty shit at everything except Sinking Deluge. And Claire's skill 3 is self-destructive purge. Okay, new question then. Ignoring Yi Song for a moment, going back to Hong Lu. Given my current preference to using the Blood Fiends and Wild Hunt Heathcliff and Sinclair and Ryoshu, what identity would go best with them? Blood Fiends will work fine. Well, I mean, I was hoping they would work fine, but I was more like, what synergizes the best with these, with the ones that he has? Go for Hook Office? Hook Office. Hook Office? You're a Divi? Oh wait, this Hook Office. This dude. No, he's trolling. It's a Walpurgis. I can't get a Walpurgis. Not to mention its ass. Genuine wage bait. Wage bait. Okay, but like, is there... I don't know, man. I don't know. I just don't want to use Lord Hong Lu for that. As much as I love him for Mirror Dungeons and whatnot, because he just keeps on using skill 3s after skill 3s. Dicey or R-Corp, your call. I'm kind of leaning towards R-Corp in a way, because I don't have the other Dicey stuff. Where is this? I can't see him. So blind. There you are. I think Hook Office can also work. Bleed and all that. R-Corp is more interesting. Especially because I have to pay attention a little more with this one. I think, maybe? I don't know. Does this have the same negatives as Ishmael, who can turn on you if you don't have enough charge or something? I don't see anything about indiscriminate. Yes, there is an indiscriminate. Unfocused volley. When this skill flips coins, each coin flips against a random enemy against its target. First coin always hits the main target. Indiscriminate, I have to have 5 charge. Yeah, if you can kill your allies, but it's unfocused volley, Mind Whip will slime allies maybe sometimes. Yeah, that's not so bad. So as long as I have 5 or more charge, we're fine. But you want 10 anyway. Yeah, I'll probably get this one then. I'm not gonna get it right now. I'll get it like a little later or something. I think Cook Office will work better with Blood Fiends. So if you're low on charge, you can throw this out and hope for the best. Yeah. Also, the alternative is Book Office. I would just have to uptie it and level it up. It does inflict bleed, but that's about it. Because I do like bleed right now. I kind of have an addiction to bleed. But having another sinking guy would be kind of fun. Have you tried pulling for the new guys? Yeah, you missed it already, friend. We already did 112 pulls. I ran out of lunacy, though. I wanted to go for these, but whatever. We're fresh out of lunacy. Yep. Yep. I didn't get them, for the record. There's my proof. I didn't get them. Not actually, that's not proof. That just tells me that I have 112. But no, I didn't get them. I got an ego for Gregor and an ego for Ryoshu. That's it. That's it. Of course, I could always use this if I would feel like pulling them, but we'll save that for later. Alright, with that in mind, though, I'm gonna call it a night here. I'm getting tired. It's been 5 hours. Drink water, by the way. And, we'll pick this up again next week with the next Intervallo, Nocturnal Sweeping, which has some cool music here. I like it. Alright, with that in mind though, come join the Discord server. We have one. Link is in the description. Follow on Twitter, follow on Blue Sky, leave a like, subscribe if you want to. Otherwise, have a good morning, everybody. Have a good afternoon. Have a good evening. And have a good night. And hopefully my voice recovers before I actually have to do that stream, because if it doesn't recover, Nocturnal Sweeping is going to be really hard to read through. Especially because my voice was dying through LCP regular checkup. And it seems to be coming back now, so I guess we'll be fine. Prepare to be swept away. Swept away by the waves. Yeah. Oh, I've got plenty of tickets. That's not worried. Alright, have a good night, everyone. See you tomorrow for, whatever the hell I'm streaming tomorrow. Alright, bye!